Aussie.
Realize that something's wrong starting a stream and I don't have a drink, so I need to remedy that. Just have to decide what. Look, I'm gonna have a Woodson and Ford. Why not? Oh no, I'm gonna use this glass. Why not? Something different. Do 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 do. Get the cocktail straight from the fridge. And you know what? I'm going to give myself a cherry too. Generous pour, because I'm a generous man. To myself anyway. Put that in there. Get a skewer. Oh, and I'm ready to settle Dune. Settle Dune. Celtic. Everyone's fine in my part of the world. I haven't heard from Aidsy, so I don't know what he's doing. I'm freaking wayward bits of hair. Sorry. Ruit. Cherries. Getting one. I am. Yep, trying to skewer one can be a... Yep, I got two. Don't want two, I only want one. I wouldn't mind two, but let's not be greedy. Let's not be greedy. We'll settle for one. Wow, that just sinks. I just had the urge to take a photo of this. Is there anywhere... Oh, actually, I just thought of something. It would probably look okay against here. I don't know why I suddenly wanted to take a picture of it, but I do. So I'm going to quickly do that. Ah, that's interesting. It doesn't really show up. Take two. I know what I'm going to do. Take one of my favourite cartoons off the fridge momentarily. Okay. There we go. Drink. Sorry, I'm All right, I'll stop being obsessive now. Hello, you are here now? Will not be here for very long. Going to the outside room. Nice. Yes, Celtic, I will be shooting some Christmas videos in this stream. Hence the Christmas tie, which I have to fix up a bit before I shoot any videos. Right. But that's enough of that shenanigans. Put that back in there. Oh, it's a beautiful, rich drink. I'm a fan. It's got a slight bitter tinge. I don't know if that's my imagination. So going to experiment with these as garnishes cocktail. There's in a sale bin at the supermarket. Cake decorations for the Disney movie Frozen, which I think fit in with the Northern Hemisphere idea of Christmas. And as the overwhelming majority of the people who watch my videos are in the Northern Hemisphere, pandering to an audience, basically. Can I get this? There you go. Santa Homer. Homer Santa? Homer Claus? Santa Simpson? I don't know. It's a boozy drink. It's a very boozy drink. Boozy, not bougie. Possibly bougie as well, actually. Bit bougie. Not much I can do. Well, there are obviously a whole bunch of things I could do to be less bougie. I'm just probably not going to do them. Well, it's a tough world. It's just looking at your headline. Ooh, we were going to get the Omicron variant of COVID. Maybe, maybe not. It'll be at least a couple of weeks before we know how dangerous it is. You know, if it has any resistance to the vaccine, if it's any more likely to spread. You don't want to be with that classic Simpsons bit with Kent Brockman talking to an expert on TV. Something weird's happening, but they don't know what. And Kent Brockman says something along the lines of, not to be alarmist, but as we have no idea what's going on, is now the time to scoop out our neighbor's brain and feast on the goo within? And the guy just responds, yes, it is, Kent. Now I want to get that quote correct. If I just put goo within, I bet that finds the quote. Feast on the Goo, that's it. Season 5, episode 11. Would you say it's time for our viewers to crack each other's heads open and feast on the goo inside? To which the guy says, yes, I would, Kent. That's the state we're at with Omicron right now. Hello, Heine. Yes, I am likely to be here for quite a few hours. We'll see what happens. And hello, Megalich. I mean, you know, I'll probably go to at least midnight. You know, if I got a head of steam and I'm not falling asleep and people are an angry bunch, maybe to 2 a.m. I can go to 2 a.m. on a party night. I think I'm going to get rid of this skewer. I can defend myself if I get attacked by very small people. Very pointy skewer. And if the small people don't have guns, if the small people only have swords, then I can engage in sword play with very small people. And I could kill them with this. Big person, look, technically you could kill someone with this. It would mostly be annoying, though. Painful, actually. You stab someone with this, it'd fucking hurt. Hey! Angry should stop talking about stabbing people. Dirk, hello! I feel like it has been a long time since you chat. I've been reasonably well. How have you been? It's probably not showing up at all, but maybe you can see there's some etching on the rim of this glass. It says drink less, drink better. Which is why I like cocktails. I tend to, notwithstanding party nights where shit gets a bit wild, tend to drink less overall. And I like to focus on good quality drinks. So I think it's a good ethos. Drink less, drink better. Get more appreciation of each drink. Ah, Dirk, you had a new job plugging along. No longer tiling. Okay. So I'm hoping, yeah, it sounds like you're feeling the job is an improvement, which is nice. We got some of these tiny clothes pegs, clothes pins, as American call them for some freaking reason, because they're not pins. To put a garnish on the side of a glass. Might be using them later. We'll see. We shall see. Just realized what do I want, because I'm trying to get a recipe that I saw was on Discord. So I just have to open Discord and find this cocktail recipe I was looking at earlier. I think it was here. There it is. Christmas in Kentucky. It's an interesting looking thing. So, Dirk, you're melting metal, making shiny things. Love it. Nice. Bit of smithing from the sounds of it. Excellent. Glad you're enjoying it. Okay, I've got to be careful because this drink just kind of tastes fruity and rich. It's all booze. There's no mixer in this. That is rum, apple brandy, sweet vermouth, and Benedictine. Or herbal liqueur, because I actually mixed up some of the herbal liqueur that was in it. There's some green chartreuse in there. So it's a couple sorts of rum. It's a couple sorts of apple brandy. It's only one sort of sweet vermouth. And there's some green chartreuse and Benedictine. So, yeah, no non-alcoholic component in there. So I needs to be a bit careful because there's no ethanol burn in that. It's a fucking beautifully balanced drink. It's my favorite cocktail at the moment. Has been for a couple of months since I discovered it. Because when I make a bottle of it, I can do blends. Like if you're making one, you're going to put one rum and one apple brandy in there. But I'm making a big bottle. I can do a blend of rums and a blend of apple brandies. And it's nice. Oh, you're doing jewelry. Nice. That actually sounds very cool. So you think you're a lightweight if you had a glass out, you'd die. Okay. A single one of this. So one shot of brandy, rum. One shot of apple brandy. Oh, it does have, Jesus, that's why. Anyway, one shot of rum, one shot of apple brandy, 3/4 shot sweet vermouth, quarter shot herbal liqueur. In terms of standard drinks, I guess it's about three standard drinks. So in other words, yeah, I mean, I'm not going anywhere tonight, but drink one of these You're at the legal limit. Abigail, going out. So much fun. Okay. Yes, I would be surprised if you would stay out in the world past 2 a.m. But we'll see what I do tonight. Anything can happen. So have fun in the great outdoors. Sounds like quite the adventure you're going on. I think it's not too early in the night to start drinking. I was just thinking because I want to make a couple of cocktail videos tonight. I'll probably make a couple tomorrow as well. And I don't want to like completely fall over legless. So as I sip my way through this, I'm going to follow it up with some water, I think. I think it would behoove me to start drinking water because I can honestly feel like I should have another drink because I've got some old fashions in the fridge. I've got my freezer. I do want to try my freezer martini because I remixed my freezer martini last night and I haven't tasted the new version of it. I want to do that. I think I'm going to drink some water though. Raiders, good evening, sir. And Dirk, wild turkey with a mate 2 weeks ago. Stopped like, yeah, we need a pizza. Wait a few hours before I drive. Dude, depends which wild turkey, man. If you do like a double of, say, the 101, that definitely gets you going. Mega Leech, spoiler-free review of June. Did you enjoy it? The Denis Villeneuve version of Dune. Bye, Celtic. Maybe see you later or another night, man. It's kind of funny because I'm getting amped about seeing the new Dune movie, and I'm thinking I maybe feel I should have paid more attention when I watched Children of Dune. So, Dirk, oh, you were doing a premix. Yeah, but a premix can is going to be at least 2 standard drinks, if not 3. You feel that if you put back one of those premix things, you friggin' feel it. Anyone who says they don't feel it is actually probably quite dangerous because they will be affected. They will be impaired. But they think they're not, which makes them even more dangerous. Oh, nice, Mega Leech. It's like a book you're reading in book club. Well, that sounds good. Man, I'm doing a bunch of stuff this weekend. I'm going just somewhat spontaneously going on a little drive with Mrs. Angry tomorrow, going to visit some local distilleries, like half an hour away. I was going to one, the Tiny Bear Distillery, and then I just looked at the map and there was another one like 5 minutes away from Tiny Bear, the Lux Brew thing. So I'm going to have some new things to drink tomorrow. Dirk, you think they're 1.3? You nursed it for an hour? Dude, look, that's the thing. I mean, you're making a light of yourself saying you're a lightweight and whatnot, but the plus side of that is you don't have to drink huge volumes to get a buzz. Dirk, if you've never read Dune, is it good? I mean, obviously, is it good? Depends on what you like to read. But it's an incredibly influential bit of science fiction. Megaleech and I are in an online book club catching up on Sundays to talk about the chapters of Dune we read during the week. I have found revisiting it, because I read it years ago, it's pretty good. Like, it's really quite complex politics. And I think it's actually pretty good. Raiders, my weekend getaway was friggin' great. It was really good. And if anyone's ever going out Mornington Peninsula, I have a few recommendations of places to go. Places I went with Mrs. Angry, which were really good. So I have recommendations for anyone who ever wants to go out Mornington Peninsula. A good place to go for dinner and drinks, and a couple of distilleries that are worth visiting. So it was for something that's only, it's a 1 hour drive. It's only a 1 hour drive from where I live, but it's fucking great. It's a holiday. Just drive for an hour and then have a holiday. And because it's on the water, that always feels very holiday-ish to me. If where you are is on water, that really makes it feel like a holiday. I think you need to be somewhere exotic. So it could just be a city that's extremely different to what you're used to. It could be terrain that's very different to what you're used to. So like mountains, if you're not from mountains. But I think no matter where you're from, going somewhere else and it's on water, that feels like a holiday. Right, as you're going camping, you feel like you're camping out at home without power again. Oh, God, the goddamn storms. Dude. I like that, Megalich. You're able to explain what's going on to the people you went to the cinema with. That's nice. Dirk, I've been really lucky because there's been a couple of storms go through Melbourne in the last week. In the west, the inner west, there were a lot of people had flash flooding. That one, which was like on Wednesday, that largely missed us. Yesterday, there was a storm that we got the sort of central piece, but didn't have any flooding. The poor fuckers in Queensland are getting like so much flooding. They're just getting so much rain. This La Nina pattern is fucking with people. Oh God, Raiders, you're gonna spend a few grand on a generator. Yeah. Man. I mean, like a guy I work with, it's a couple of weeks ago with that storm where all the trees got blown down. He was without power for a week, I think. He went to live with his in-laws for a week because his home was without power for a week. See, his home's like right on the perimeter suburbs of Melbourne. So yeah, we've been getting those friggin' so they've been missing me. Thursday was a kind of proper storm, thunder, lightning, a lot of rain, but nothing torrential, certainly no flooding. And it's one thing. Raiders, did I go over to Red Hill or Point Leo? Did go to Red Hill, actually. Did a little drive, went through Red Hill. We were looking for a specific place and I got the address of it wrong, but did drive through Red Hill. Point Leo, I'm not sure. If I look at a map, because there was a distillery at Red Hill that I wanted to look at. So no, didn't actually go to Point Leo, but was in that general area. Went from, just for a laugh, went right up to the point, like up to Portsea. So right up to the point of the peninsula, and then came down and went through Borneo, Cape Shank, Flinders, and up to Red Hill. So kind of skirted Point Leo. I'm looking at a map. So skirted Point Leo. Went up Red Hill and then back to Dramana. We were staying in Dramana. Oh, you got friends with the house at Point Leo? Yeah, it looks nice. But yeah, we did a little drive. There was, I think, a smaller distillery in Red Hill, which we're going to go to, but I got the address wrong, so I'm like, oh, fuck that off. But we did go to the Jimmy Rum Distillery. Fine people, fine drinks. And the Bass and Flinders Distillery. Fine people, fine drinks. Wonderful staff at those places. And in Dramana, we went out to a place called Two Boys, Bouys, the whole seaside theme. Again, great staff, great drinks, great food. It was a fucking great weekend. It was like such a treat. It was only an hour away, but after the last 2 fucking years, it felt like a real treat. So, Chris, hello, my brother. How's it all going in the land of the free? Did we have any freedom updates? How, like, what marvelous moments of freedom have you had in the last couple of days? You're our freedom correspondent, is what I'm saying. Yeah, you see that? There's my cherry is stuck in the bottle. Oh. I fucking love those cherries. I also love them sitting in the drink for a while so they absorb a bit of the drink. Oh, man, that's good. Freedom's good, Chris. Nice. Schools are back in session. See, oh, yeah. Fucking school shooting already. That was, Jesus. That was rough. That was fucking rough. Fortunately, a comparatively low death toll. But there was that bit of video being circulated that there's like a class, they were all like shut in the classroom and someone's at the door saying they're a sheriff and it was the shooter. And it's like, oh, let me in, bro. I'm a sheriff. And one of the kids goes, no. What? He said, bro, that's a red flag. Sheriff's not going to say that. It's just fucked, man. It's just fucked. Yeah. Raiders here, our freedom people are just COVID spreaders. Also in the US for that matter. Oh, Jesus. It's fucking cooked. It's cooked. I was going to share on the socials a guy who's shared how to fuck up alt-right wankers who go to left-wing protests to try and fuck with people. And I think if I shared it with people outside Australia, I'd have to provide so many translations for the slang he uses. Yeah, it's just my favorite is cookers. I love the term cookers in as much as someone's cooked, and which means their fucking brain is cooked. Their brain has been cooked and they cannot think rational thoughts anymore. They are cooked. Their brain is cooked. They are cookers. Yes, Raiders, you know, and Tom Tanuki. Tom Tanuki did quite a good video talking about tactics. So, Chris, you finally scheduled your booster. Nice. Took a day to get an appointment, 2 weeks out. Crazy difficult. Well, good to get the booster, man. We're still working on 6 months for the booster here, which means it'll be like 3 months till I get my booster, because 3 months till I had my second shot. That's okay. We were thinking we might get an official communique that said, no, in light of Omicron, we're recommending a booster after 3 months. But the official body who reviews those things said, nope, we're not changing anything, And so the official guideline is booster or third shot after 6 months after your second shot. So it'll be a while till I get another shot. But for fun, it'll be a cocktail. I'll get something different because I had 2 shots of AstraZeneca. So the third shot is something different. When I get closer to it, I'll work out whether that's going to be Pfizer or Moderna. Those are the 2 that we have on offer for third shots. Oh, man. Excellent. Yes, Raiders. Tom Tanuki is awesome. Love his work, definitely. And yes, Dirk, I look for professional advice. I'm also open to the idea that professional advice can change based on changing circumstances. Again, it weirds the fuck out of me that you get these fucking, and I'm going to use Tom Tanuki's term, cookers, where they go like, oh, they changed what they said. I went, because information changed. Evidence changed. We got more evidence. And so they looked at the available evidence and said, we have new evidence now. So we are amending our advice, and our advice is now the following. It reminds me of way back when, what's his name? Fucking Stephen Colbert did the correspondence dinner for George W. Bush, which was pretty fucking amazing, honestly. And he summed it up in this one line where he talked about George Bush going, I like this man. He's the decider. He decides something and that's it. If he says something on Monday, he's gonna say the same thing on Wednesday, no matter what happened on Tuesday. And that was a perfect way to sum up this fucked up attitude of here's an absolute truth. It's like, no, you can get new evidence. You can get new evidence that you absorb and look at that and go, okay, I've learned something new. Yesterday I said A, today I learned B, so my advice for tomorrow is C. A is no longer the best advice because I have learned B, so now the best advice is C. Hey, nobody. Who'd have thought people had changed advice when situational knowledge changes? Yes. Why do you think not everyone's on a Tuesday? I don't remember. Yeah. Chris, oh no, is your freedom being encroached by talking about doctors, tyranny, oppression? Well, we had our first violent attack on medical staff from one of these fucking psychopaths who did a hit and run on someone who worked at one of the vaccination centers. Just the start. Just the fucking start. Because these fuckers are all on social media talking each other into, oh, these people with vaccinations, they're just like the Nazis doing experiments. Nuremberg 2.0. They are just trying to G each other up into fucking murdering medical staff. It's like they're garbage. They are the scum of the fucking earth. Hate them. Hate them so much. Using my same glass to drink some water now. Chris, your cousin quit as a nurse over anti-vaxxers. It's so stressful for medical staff at the moment. Just the work and being overworked because of COVID cases is bad enough. But then they also have to deal with psychopathic people denying what's happening. Yeah, Dirk, there is a bit of tasty residue, I will admit. This is slightly flavored water. Ugh. It's like for a cocktail, this felt like it held a lot. For water, not so much. I might have a big glass of water, actually. So nobody today paid some people to clear away tree debris. Poor bastards. Truck got bogged. They had to get rescued. Oh my God. Oh no. So they would have lost all the money they charged for tree debris having to get a tow truck. Oh, that sucks. Oh man, that's fucking shit. Oh yes, Raiders are they're red-pilled. They're going to do an insurrection on Parliament. They're fucking garbage. They are the fucking worst. I hate them so fucking much. Self-absorbed, delusional, mentally unstable fuckwits who are being stooged by the far right. I hate them so much. Oh, nobody. That's a class act. Giving your tree removal dudes lunch and beers. That's a class act for guys who probably had a shit day, quite honestly. All right. I'm just waiting for it to get a bit darker. I'm going to shoot my first Christmas cocktail. I'm going to do a Christmas martini, which is going to be Christmas flavored gin and some it's more an aperitivo than vermouth, but it's red. I think red drinks are like the Christmas festive vibe, like Santa's suit. Oh hell yeah, dude. Swinging a chainsaw around, fucking tough work. Oh nice. Nobody, they're great guys, great for the hospitality. Again, it's great you're doing like basic human decency to someone and they appreciate it because they don't always get it, which kind of sucks. So because you had, oh God, you had leaf blowers going for 10 hours. Jesus, no, I'm with you, Chris. That would fucking suck. It's just like every now and then in my neighborhood, someone is, I don't know, they're working a freaking whippersnipper or a chainsaw or a leaf blower and it seems to go on for so long. And I can't get away from it. Like I'm just like sitting over there trying to do my work, and there's just this fucking noise. Ugh, it sucks. I love that. Nobody. Chainsawing's hard work. Swinging chainsaws, fun. Yeah, Dirk, it is a good point. If someone whose job is to actually operate a leaf blower for 10 hours, not a great day. Not a great day at all. Look at this. This beard is getting so long. I keep toying with the idea. I'm just gonna chop it off. Like I can twist it. Look at that. I'm feeling like I twist it like that and then just get the scissors and go and cut that bit off. It's getting a bit long. Right, is because you're in an acre, lots of two-stroke tools near your area. Yeah, no, if I can feel that. Chris, when you were a dirt poor kid, churches would feed you and other poor folk in town. Country food pantry was usually closed and useless. Yeah, there's actually a church near me that has a thing out the front they call the little pantry. It's like, if you can, leave non-perishable foods here, and if you need it, come and get non-perishable foods here. No, but you spent the first part of yesterday installing heavy plants in the church garden. You are now appreciative of painkillers. I don't do much gardening. Mrs. Angry does most of the gardening, but any sort of heavy, repetitive work can be, a bit pain-inducing. All right, so nobody, your church has a parish pantry too. Yeah. The little pantry, I think, was inspired by these things that are in some neighborhoods, little libraries. People set up a little thing where it's like you leave books that you're not going to read again that you think someone else might enjoy, and you can take a book as well. Look at the Dirk. You haven't dropped many trees, but the ones you have dropped have been awesome fun. But you've just destroyed your back. I remember we didn't actually drop a tree. This is years ago when I was at uni. One of the lecturers owned a bit of property out of town, and we were having this big fire. It was actually a memorial for one of our mates who died in a car accident. It's pretty depressing. But we were having a huge fucking bonfire. And this is a farm, so there were some trees that had fallen for ages. And so we decided we were putting this entire fallen tree on the fire. So it's like, I don't remember how many. It was like 8 or 10 guys got on this tree, just, spaced either side, and just lifted up this tree, and we're carrying it on our shoulders, and carried it over to the fire and chucked it on the fire, and it burned, and it was glorious. And we're going, that was cool. And then as it burned, the bark, there were a lot of like huntsman spiders had been living in this tree, and we saw as it burned, these spiders came out from under the bark, and they're like this fucking big. Huntsmans are so big. And we're just looking and going, that fucker just came out from the bit of the tree that I had my face next to. So that whole time I was carrying that tree, there was a huntsman just under the bark sitting right next to my face. God damn. That was pretty distressing. Chris, you've got a city garden on the corner. Everything from sunflowers to carrots. Anyone can rent a plot. Mrs. Angry has a plot in a community garden, which if you've seen me show off giant mint recently, that came from that community garden, like fucking enormous mint. Mrs. Angry, she sometimes grows flowers, sometimes grows veggies there. And she's on the administration board of the community garden. Christopher Freak Show, hello. You heard the Muslim tradition of measuring a beard by a fist. Traditional don't have it as long as a fist. No. Damn manly way to measure a beard. You've got a 2-fist beard. Nice. I've got like a 2-finger beard. It's about no, it's not even 3 fingers. So it's definitely, I've got a half fist beard. There you go. So, I'm impressed with your 2-fist beard, Christopher. I've only got a 2-finger beard. And it's not the longest I've grown it, but it's close to it. Let's see. Chris, you got a patch. You want to shave so bad. Girlfriend's begging you not to. Oh, the girlfriend's liking hairy Chris. Nice. Yeah, I'm very mindful of Mrs. Angry, like, because my hair's very long and she likes it, and it's like, cool. Tell me if you don't like it anymore. Mega Leech has a one fister. Okay, I need to blow my nose, and I won't do it on camera because that's be gross. But you will still hear it. Actually, look, I'm going to depart. I'm going to have a toilet break, so just watch the coloured lights for 30 seconds. I'll be quick. All right, I'm back. I'm going to have a big glass of water. This is the noise that I was just making in the other room. Ha ha! Right, it's probably enough water. It's a huge glass. It's a pint glass. Half a litre. All right, I'm back. I love that, Dirk. Shaving, you look 12. I haven't shaved for a long time. Frankie, how you doing, man? Yes, I've been enjoying stuff you've been sharing on Facebook. Random internet men teach us more about women than women will actually know about themselves. Yep. Yeah, nobody. I was just seeing the fucking flooding in Queensland. It's intense. We had a little bit of flash flooding in Melbourne, which was quite the drama for quite a few people. But at least it was only flash flooding and it went away relatively quickly. But it caused quite a bit of drama for quite a few people. But yeah, in Queensland, it's just like, woof, actual serious flooding. Oh, puns. Puns. I love it. It's not just tense. Dirk, nobody's in Queensland. So yes, in the west of Melbourne, we had some flash flooding. In Queensland, they had flooding. Like it just not go away in a hurry. And they are, unfortunately, likely to get more in the coming week. It's likely to be more. Jesus, for a second I thought, what did I do with my other glass? But it's a little glass and it was hiding behind the big glass. The Frank in 2012 had ankle deep rain in central London. Yeah, London has its own challenges from what I've seen. So be thinking, Chris, it's quiet in Portland, maybe 3 weeks to get weather. Yeah, I thought you had a bit of weather in Portland. So I'm going to try out my frozen cake decorations. See if I can use them as a cocktail decoration, if I can peg one to a glass. The idea would be, nope, that's wrong. This way. At this point, I'm guessing no. Kinda? How's that look? Like if I made a festive creamy drink in there, the snowflake, is that an okay garnish? I don't know. The other one I was thinking of using is the snowman. This one. What's better? I think the snowman's better. The snowman's a better garnish, isn't it? I think the snowman's a better garnish. That's kind of cool. I like that. Oh, yeah, Dirk, pay no attention. That's just an incredibly sad, fucking obsessive loser who has some very strange sexual obsession with me. So yes, Chris, you're like, I like this guy. I like this guy. I think I'll make I think when I make like a creamy Christmas cocktail, I think I'll use him as the garnish. He looks kind of cool. I like that. All right, so that's a plan. Actually, not even necessarily tonight. Might be for another day, but I've tested it out, so I think that's a good plan. I'm going to do a Christmas martini and this other one I've seen the recipe for Christmas in Kentucky. So you got to get some mandarin, bitters, and sugar syrup and muddle them together, and then add bourbon. Well, I'm going to use a whiskey, creme de cacao, and triple sec. And so it's kind of this weird hybrid of an old-fashioned and a sour. I think it sounds interesting. This is as a guy has a YouTube channel called John Drinks, and apparently he works in a steakhouse, and that's one of their signature cocktails, Christmas in Kentucky. It's their winter feature cocktail. I think it sounds interesting, and I've got a mandarin. I've got a mandarin just there. So, although he said apparently they muddle it in the glass, they muddle the mandarin, bitters, and sugar, then add the spirits and liqueurs and stir. I don't really like chunky bits of fruit in a drink. It's like mid 20th century style of an old fashioned. Don't really like that. I think I'm going to muddle the mandarin in a shaker glass and then add everything else, the bitters, sugar syrup, bourbon, creme de cacao, and triple sec. I might even substitute triple sec. I've got this mandarin liqueur, Mando. It's like limoncello, but it's mandarin based. Yes, I'm absolutely doing that. I'm going to sub in Mando instead of triple sec. And it's called Christmas in Kentucky, apparently. Ah, nobody's having a shower. We'll just imagine you're naked body. Chris, you jumped a combine harvester over a different combine harvester. Nice. Turkey play Factorio. Wow. Oh, it's Abigail plays Factorio, I think. I think she's been talking about Victoria the nights. Chris, you hate boba in boba tea or actual berries in a shake. Yeah. I don't mind your bubble tea so much, but I don't know. I don't really want for it. So as opposed to how they do it in this steakhouse where they muddle it in the glass and leave the pulpy fruit in the glass, I'm going to shake it all and then strain it. So it's a cleaner drink because that's just what I'd prefer. Okay, Dirk. Well, if Abigail comes back later, you can compare notes on Factorio because I'm sure she plays it. I'm sure we've talked about it on another stream. So we'll do that. It's kind of dark enough to make a cocktail video now. Chris, you're excited to sell your wheat. Nice. I'm not doing Mrs. Angry's Holiday. Oh, do you want me to make you something with eggnog? Version like a Brandy Alexander or something? But with eggnog? Yeah? All right. I'm going to make Mrs. Angry a version of a Brandy Alexander with eggnog. So I ought to get some brandy. And the cremes de cacao. Okay. So I'll use this shaker. Get a Hawthorne strainer. This is a nice glass to serve a Brandy Alexander in. Oh, I need my jigger to measure it out. Getting seeing me going the whole way. She's getting some nutmeg out to grate nutmeg over the top when I make it. Right. Okay, so brandy. We use the 23rd Street Distillery. White creme de cacao. I got a new bottle of brown creme de cacao. On special at Dan's. Right. Okay. Making a Brandy Alexander. Oh, nice. Dirk, having some dinner. Enjoy, man. See you next time. Chris, you can't stand eggnog. Man, we've only got 30 sweet noggy days until the government takes it away from us. All right. A little trick. I'm going to put the eggnog in first because it's a bit thicker. And the other things I put in the jigger will wash the eggnog residue out. So we'll put in, say, 2 ounces of eggnog. Do some brandy. And some creme. Oh, you get that crack as you break the seal. You just get that once. Glug, glug, glug. Little cocktail ASMR. And some white creme de cacao. All right. And now we want to add some ice. Oops. Some ice. Right. A little bit of ice in a shaker. I'll shake it away from the microphone. Make it a bit frothy. So, Frankie, can't attempt to ask about AIDSy without making AIDSy fiction that'll get you in the nut house. I haven't heard from him from a little while. I haven't heard from him since Sunday, actually. So, I love it when I pick the right glass and get the volume just right. So, professional little thing here. It's got a bit of nutmeg in there. Then you Great nutmeg over the top. Proper Christmassy vibe. There we go. Brandy Alexander. So there we go. Oh, goodness me. And yes, Raiders, I don't know why UFO Boys IP isn't banned, but whatevs. So I just feel embarrassed for him. To be that obsessed is just freaking weird. Chocolatey liqueur. Nice. You're right, Chris. The grating the nutmeg over the top is a fancy touch. Very fancy, but that's how we do in the Angry House. So I'm not going to use this stuff anymore. I'm going to put it back. Yes, she didn't know it at the time when we got together, but ended up having a personal bartender. Let's put these back. McEwen on the McEwen side. Oh. And put the brandy back. I just bought more shit. I've definitely, although I'm going to buy more shit tomorrow because I'm visiting some distilleries, but then I've got to stop buying stuff. So was that, Frankie? Thanks, Brain. The animated Daisy shoulder using turds for grenades going to be on your mind for a week now. The way your brain works, Frank. I'm going to swig some eggnog and put it back in the fridge. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Back in the fridge. And Lindsay, why don't you leave? Because you're just going to be a pain. Come on, go. Leave. It's just been a pain. So I got rid of her. All right. Settling in. Fox, actually, you know what's happening? Mrs. Anger and I plan to go to the Tiny Bear Distillery, and I booked in, and then I looked how much further away is Lux Brew, and it's fucking 5 minutes away. And so I said to Mrs. Angry, like, I'd been meaning to go there, and it's literally only 5 minutes away. We should go there too. So I am going to go to the Lux Brew Distillery as well. So yeah, going on a bit of a outing tomorrow. Raiders, which way am I going? That way? I am so bad with which direction things are in. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want news. I wanted maps. So it's east, going east. You know, Fern Tree Gully, heading towards the Dandenongs. Oh, Fox, I might do another. Seeing it's only half an hour away, might do another. This is very impromptu. This really wasn't planned. We were just talking about it today. I'd take Nettie to Luxbrew another day. So, Frankie, American Werewolf in London was on. You noticed a porn ad in the tube station. Nice. I haven't seen that movie for years. I do like that movie, actually. American Werewolf in London. Very good. Not sure what that means, Raiders. FTG for those playing at home. Oh, Fir Tree Gully. Right. Sorry. Oh, fuck. I'm slow. I'm slow. Oh, dear. But yes, so having a little bit of an outing tomorrow. Probably go to Bunnings while I'm out because we passed several Bunnings on the way out there. Need to get one or two things from Bunnings and the Gully. I love that. Rated refer to it as the Gully. That's right. That See You Next Wednesday thing, Anon Sopochi, that's a joke. That filmmaker, there was some reference to See You Next Wednesday in all his films. It was just a little in joke. Good evening, Safa. How are you going, man? Did civil duty. Oh, was that voting in the council elections? Sounds like what you're talking about. I was also just kind of thinking, if I search CU, no, not next Tuesday. That's something else. So yeah, it's John. I thought it was John Landis. It's a running joke in John Landis movies. He always makes some reference to it. But okay, you looked it up, Frankie, from the 2001 movie with HAL 9000. So, yes, Landis got See You Next Wednesday from the 1968 movie 2001 A Space Odyssey. It's the last line spoken by Frank Poole's father during Poole's video letter from his parents. There you go. There you go. Yes, I vaguely remember the Landis See You Next Wednesday joke. As I said, different to saying see you next Tuesday to people, which means something else. Not polite is all I'm saying. So we'll leave it at that. Okay, so I am going to make my first video. Going to it's a challenge for the YouTube bartenders to do a Christmas cocktail. Where are we? Here we go. On the rocks. Is it Christmas Martini 2021? So you got to make it festive. I'm going to stick a candy cane on it. That will be making it festive. Ooh. Ladies, you reckon go from Fern Tree Gully over to Mount Dandenong? Yeah, I don't know. we don't have real solid plans. Just going to get some lunch and sample some beverages. We'll probably take it as it comes tomorrow, because who the hell knows what the weather's going to be like? Because Melbourne, you cannot predict it. Anyway, all right, so I'm going to put some lights on, and I'm going to make a Christmas martini. Okay. Oh, brandy. All right, put that out of the way. Switch a light on. Certainly orange. I'll put another light on. And do. All right. Now, I'm just going to test that I have framed. I'll do this thing since I'm standing up for a while. Oh, that's nice framing. That's good. Brady, do you reckon it's a good drive? That does sound good. I love that, Frankie. You've got a loop of my voice saying, I'm sorry, Aidsy, I can't do that. That's a thing you tend to have to say to Aidsy a lot. He comes up with ideas, and you have to say, I'm sorry, Aidsy, I can't do that. And he goes, is it against your programming? No. It's a crime. It's a crime in many jurisdictions. Safra, I don't think that's where Puffing Billy is. I think that's a different direction. I haven't been there for ages. I used to go when the kids were younger, when they were little. Right, so speaking of Tiny Bear, I'm going to use the last of my Tiny Bear Christmas pudding gin from last year. I'm going to get a replacement for this tomorrow. But this full-on tastes like Christmas pud. It's amazing. And I think the drink's more festive if it's pink or red. So rather than using the standard vermouth, I'm going to use this one, Cochi Rossa. It's a Cochi Americano made with red grape varietals. It's more an aperitivo than vermouth, but yeah, it's in the same ballpark. So aromatized wine. Yes, Frank, I think it's very easy to believe terrible things about AZ. Right, so that's ready. That's ready. I'm just going to fucking go for this. Oh, no. Okay, that's going to fuck me up. Low battery. We don't want that shit. Got to change batteries. That's not a battery. That's a memory card. That's a battery. All right. And I hope these ones are charged and not waiting to be charged. I'll be really pissed off. With myself. No one else. Just myself. All right. Run this back. All right. Switch it on again. How charged are the batteries? Come on, load up. Ooh, not great, but better. Okay. I'm going to start this. Where did it go? Oh. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I hope you're thinking of Christmas cocktails, because this is my first entry in the Christmas Martini 2021 challenge. Yes, the challenge guys have come back with another fun challenge for people who like to make cocktails, whether you be on YouTube, Instagram, or honestly, just in your own home. You can take this challenge up just by yourself. So Dave from Booze on the Rocks, Rob from Rob's Home Bar, Vino from 60 Second Cocktails said, Christmas challenge. We did do a Christmas martini last year. Do it again this year. Pretty simple challenge setting to the bartenders. You serve it up in a martini glass, make it festive, and go hashtag Christmas Martini 2021 and put it up before the end of the month. Look up that hashtag on YouTube over the coming weeks. You will get some great Christmas cocktail ideas. People are very inventive, coming up with all sorts of things. But right now, I'm going to do my Christmas Martini for 2021. This is a stirred cocktail. What am I talking about? I've got cranberry bitters. I think I've got cranberry bitters. Have I got cranberry bitters? I've got... Fuck yes, I've got cranberry bitters. This is better than I thought. All right. Fuck yeah. That's actually making this better. Right. This is my first hashtag Christmas Martini 2021 because I will be making more, but this is my first one. And this is going to be very close to a standard martini. First up, it's going to be a special gin in my case. This is from a local distiller called Tiny Bear. They do some seasonal gins. This is their Christmas pudding gin. And I swear, this literally tastes like Christmas pudding. It's got all those spices in along with your traditional gin flavors, and it really feels like a Christmas pudding. Now, if you can't access this, you could improvise as well. But honestly, this is the thing I've got to throw out there. Pretty much wherever you are in the world, if you search, there is probably an independent distillery or multiple distilleries near you that are doing pretty amazing things, particularly with gins. Seek them out. Don't just go to the big stores. Find the independent distillers, and you should be pleasantly surprised. For me, I'm doing the Christmas pudding gin, and pretty standard for a martini. I'm going to do 2.5 ounces of gin. Oh man, there's not even 2 ounces. I'll just stop. The magic of editing. No motherfucker knows what I'm doing. I am just going to put another gin in here. Only question is which one. This one, I think. Yes, I'm letting you in on a terrible secret. YouTube videos are a lie. I want this on here. Oh, look, I'm going to change the lighting subtly and see if anyone notices. No one ever notices when I do things. No one will notice. They never do. For a standard martini, I'd add 1/2 ounce to 1 ounce of a dry vermouth, depending how dry or how wet I wanted the martini. To make it a bit more festive, though, this is going to be red. This is not a sweet vermouth. This is Coqui Rosa. This is a version of Coqui Americano, which is done with red grape varietals. Strictly speaking, not a vermouth, but it is an aromatized wine. It is lightly bitter. It's not bitter like Campari or even Aperol, but it's got a light bitterness to it, which I actually find quite pleasant with gin. But you could improvise if you don't have this, because this is not that easy to come by, and you wanted to make your Christmas martini a little pink or red, because that's kind of Christmas colors. Yeah, that's a Christmas color. We want our drink to be a bit red. That makes Christmas vibes, Santa colors. You could put a little bit of sweet vermouth, maybe mix a sweet vermouth with a dry vermouth, or hell, if your palate is just a sweet vermouth, just put sweet vermouth in. I know it's traditional to use dry vermouth, but as Uncle Pete would say, hashtag no rules, do what you like. Me, I'm going to put in 1/2 ounce of the Coqui Rosa. And see how red that makes it. Oh man, I didn't even put the gin in the thing. Here's a fun Christmassy touch in most... Try that again. Here's a fun Christmassy touch. In most martinis, I would put a little bit of orange bitters in there. I actually have some cranberry bitters, which is a great seasonal flavor. And it's very red. It's very bright red, and it's going to help with that color in the drink. So I'm going to put 2 dashes of cranberry bitters in. Mimsy, fuck off. Stop making noise, you obnoxious shit. Oh yeah, that makes it nice and red. Okay. Swear to God, you shit of a cat. If you go over there and make more noise. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? All right. Hey, Salumi, happy Friday. I'm just in the middle of making a martini. Christmas martini. Why is that ice in a big lump and not in little obedient pieces? This is a stirred cocktail, so we add ice to our glass, and with the help of Gaz Regan's magic finger, I'm going to stir this. But I've learned from recent misadventures I should not hold. I was holding it up for the camera to stir. I'm going to put it down on the table and stir it so I don't make a mess. But stir this for about 10 to 15 seconds. That's probably too much. I'm right next to the microphone. I'll go over here. Get my martini glass. Where is it? It's hiding over here. Okay. Now I see festive. I'm going to put... Okay, I need... Okay, here's go. I'm going to get a knife and try and trim a bit off this so it fits. What's the bet? It just fucking snaps and is unusable. If you hear me... I'm just going to go over here and do it. If you hear me swearing, that's what happened. It ended up being unusable. Come on. Oh, come on. We can do this. There we go. Hey, it friggin' worked. Will wonders never cease? All right. French fries are cooked in grease. Okay. Where's my Hawthorne strainer? We strain that into a martini glass. And that is a delightfully festive color, I must say. And Mimsy is doing fucking exactly what I said she would. She's going over to the sliding door. Fucking shit of a cat. Get the fuck out. Honestly. Get the fuck out. You annoying shithead. Fucking cat, honestly. The guidelines for hashtag Christmas Martini 2021 did say make it festive. I think that's a festive colour, but I'll make it slightly more festive with the garnish. Instead of the usual twist of lemon I would put in a martini, I'm doing a candy cane. And that, look, it fits the color. There you go. That's my first Christmas martini. I want to take a picture of this. What we do. All right. I am, Jesus, a disaster's going to happen. I can just freaking see it. I'm going to knock something over. I just threw water all over myself. I've got a drinking problem. Namely, I missed my mouth. Right. Sorry, I'm just going to futz about with this for a while because I'm not happy if I'm not making my life a bit more difficult. All right, I'm going to move on laptop for a second so I can get this photo. I hope I'm not giving anyone motion sickness. Moving along. This will just take a minute. Okay, I'm still live, but the chat's gone? I think, okay, I hope I'm still there. I hope I haven't fucked anything up. I'll soon find out. What the hell? Right, photo. That's what I was doing. Where'd I put the tiny red bottle? Something weird's happened with my laptop, and I hope it's okay. Okay, my camera, aka my phone. Let's take a photo. Oh, okay, I'm gonna really temporarily switch off this light. Ugh, God almighty. Why is being a YouTuber so much work? And portrait. Oh, that's a bit more like it. All right. I can put some shit back here. Again, a little bit of motion sickness for you, maybe. Woo, as I move around. Okay, why has the chat disappeared? It's showing private chat. There we go. I'm still here. Fucking hell. Jesus. I touched the touchpad when I was moving around. Okay, 5 more seconds and I'll be done. Put that there. This is a martini I'd start my Christmas dinner with. I'm going to do at least one more Christmas martini. It's going to be more on the dessert side of things. So I hope you can come back and see that. So if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you did. Hit the notification bell so you know when I upload, and you can see my other Christmas martini. Plus, I think, there's going to be a few Christmas themed drinks in the coming weeks. That time of year, everyone wants to come up with some drinks for Christmas. I'm going to give you some ideas. I hope you come along and check them out. But wherever you are, I hope you're looking after yourself, looking after people around you. And until I see you again, I will say cheers. Now I'm just going to switch some things off. Oh, man, I fucked up. I fucked up my lighting. I'm just going to have to do that whole thing again. Lighting won't be right. All right, I'm going to do that whole thing again. This is a Christmas martini I think I'd start my Christmas dinner with. I'm going to do at least one more Christmas martini. It's going to be more on the dessert side of things for a follow-up. So I hope you can be back for that. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you did subscribe. Hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload. thumbs up. So you're telling YouTube you liked what you saw, and it'll show you some more in the future. But whatever you're doing, until I do see you again, hope you look after yourself. Look after the people around you. Until I do see you again, I will say cheers. Okay, now I'm done. All right, now I'm going to switch everything off. Turn this one off too. Light's a bit less harsh now, and we can settle down. There we go. Okay. Silumi, you want one of these? Looks tasty. It's very red, isn't it? Red martini. You're saying you were eating your feelings? I'm drinking mine. Oh, man, that's pretty good. If you like things slightly bitter, like I don't like Campari. Campari's really popular, and I don't like it. It's just too bitter. But if you like things slightly bitter, like, I know if you're a coffee drinker, coffee's bitter. How fucked up was my tie during that? I don't know. This is a really cheap, shitty tie. So yeah, I found that I occasionally just like to buy something that's like, oh, that's weird. I haven't seen that. I'm getting that. So I got this a while back, and it's a very lightly bitter aperitif, aromatized wine, which is nice because, I mean, this, when you see red, particularly because I stuck a candy cane in it, probably made it look sweet, like it looks like lolly water, and it's not. Very grown up. It's very grown up. It's slightly bitter. And it's got those Christmas pud flavors from the Tiny Bear gin. That is not bad. Again, to taste. Not everyone likes bitter things. So you have to like at least slightly bitter things to like that. So you need a week of leave to recover from your week of leave. Oh, one of those unfortunate circumstances. I get that. Silimi, is it bitter as your soul? It's not as bitter as my soul. That's all I'll say. It's just very lightly bitter. Probably, I don't know if anyone's ever had tonic water. This is only as bitter as tonic. And it's okay. It's bitter like tonic water for the same reason. They both have quinine in them. This has quinine in it. So does tonic water. Rosa is based on red varietal wines unique in our region, famous for imparting notes of wild roses and summer berries, blended with herbs, fruits, and spices, notably gentian, cinchona, and citrus. Brilliant color, is 100% natural. So it's cinchona. The cinchona bark is where quinine comes from, which is, it was originally it was a treatment for malaria, and it was put into a drink, and it's referred to as tonic water. It was a malaria treatment. So these people, there's a better known one called Cochi Americano, which is a white aperitivo. This is the red version of it, Cochi Rossa. Pretty good for a change. Rottweiler dude, beer is acceptable. Beer is slightly bitter, yes. Oh man, Christopher, if you haven't been here since the fridge was new, you have been away for a little while. One of my lockdown purchases. I don't even remember how long ago. Was it a year ago? 6? See, time doesn't mean a goddamn thing. So, I've been working from home for 20 months. I've been doing these streams for that long, I think, at least 18 months. And at some point, I got a fridge. It's bigger than the one it replaced, and it's more energy efficient. So, it's a win on a couple fronts. Pay for itself in a couple of years. Yeah, is that my biggest? That's probably, as in my most expensive lockdown purchase. That would be by a long way. Actually, I'm just thinking, That's by far my most expensive lockdown purchase. Hey, Nettie. I mean, I was the cliche I did get an air fryer. I got an air fryer um, uh, as a lockdown purchase. Also, just a fucking ridiculous amount of booze in the last 18 months. Clothes, I bought a bunch of clothes, shoes. So it's been practical. A lot of the things I spent money on in lockdown have been practical, and a lot of it's been booze. Christopher, love the air fryer, man. Air fryer is great. Again, talk about saving energy. Just when you're just doing like a thing that's this big and you don't have to heat the whole oven, just have this little concentrated convection oven. I was reading a thing the other day, someone, I don't know if they were a chef or just a person who writes about kitchen stuff, but they were super worked up about people calling it an air fryer. It doesn't fry. Stop saying air fryers is better than fucking frying, man. Fucking it doesn't even fry. It's just convection. Yeah, no. And they were right. This guy was dangerously close to being what I call a factwit. And that is a fuckwit who says something that's factually true, but is not adding anything to the conversation, and they're just being a pedantic dick. So yeah, they were correct. Air fryer's just a marketing name, but you can. And he was complaining about stop saying that you fried chicken in an air fryer is good. I've done chicken as in like fried chicken, like crumbed breaded chicken in the air fryer. It's fucking awesome. Frankie, you're being busy, man. Lots of things. Forgetting keep an eye on time of day. Oh well, glad you and you picked a good night, man. Because I'm going to be here for hours. Gonna be here for hours. It's only 9:30, and I'm never sure how long I'm going to go, but it's gonna be a while. So we'll just fucking buckle up because we're gonna be doing stuff for at least a couple more hours and cruising on. Nettie, I know the time slip. Is it from the Rocky Horror with a bit of a mind flip? You're into the time slip. And I was going to make another cocktail video. I have to do it soon. Or I'm just going to pace myself. I think I'll drink water again after this. Ugh. Oh, yeah. And the time zones all just changed too, Frank. Yeah. Daylight saving and all that shenanigans. So I was trying to think. Okay. This one, I don't know if anyone else watches this. This is a channel I found out about recently on YouTube because I had been watching a lot of videos about essentially how to do YouTube, which might sound strange for someone like me who's been doing YouTube for 15 years, but I just fuck around. I don't do things seriously. And I was looking at people talking about ways to edit and present and data for modern YouTube, and so I'm trying to pick up some of that shiz for my cocktail channel. And I was watching a video that was an interview with a guy. He's an editor, and he edits Logan Paul's videos. So again, one of the biggest ever YouTube channels, Logan Paul. And this guy is actually English, and he has been editing Logan Paul's videos for yonks. Very, very, very good editor, and he does tips about how to edit. Anyway, so I was watching him for his tips about editing, and there was an interview with him, and he was talking about how the sort of stuff that he'd done with Logan Paul. That's this big impact stuff, like really big in your face, rapid edit videos. And they talked about Mr. Beast, which are these really big event videos. And he was basically saying he feels kind of bad because he feels responsible for having pushed that style of thing. And then he brought up this channel that's basically a vlogger, almost like old school YouTube vlogger, Emma Chamberlain. And I don't know if anyone knows Emma Chamberlain. She's young, like she's just turned 20. She's been doing YouTube for about 4 years. Like, so she was still in high school when she started. And like, it was a very big channel. Her videos get, millions of views. But compared to all these like big in your face event channels, like she's got 11 million subscribers, and an average video for her gets 3, 4, 5 million views. Many of them get much more than. Hey, Lemonheads, how's it going? Nobody, you're super fatigued, which is fair. Get some rest, man, by all means. I say, yeah, Christopher, you heard of Emma from other videos. Heine, you watch Emma. Yeah, I've only started watching them the last week just to watch her style. And yeah, this guy was right. She's really refreshing because it's not in your face. It's much more the old school YouTube vlogging style stuff. And yet she still gets the millions. And again, yeah, okay, like Mr. Beast gets well, let me find some Mr. Beast videos. Because I watched one Mr. Beast video, so YouTube's anxious to push a bunch of them at me. I'm just scrolling my main page. Okay, Mr. Beast. Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, Mr. Beast gets tens of millions. I'm looking at his videos, and he gets tens of millions of views on videos. So yeah, pretty out there stuff. And but yeah, the Emma Chamberlain stuff being so much more low key is quite refreshing. Yes, Christopher. Yes, you got to shout, hit the subscribe button, bang the like, merch, push merch. Oh no, Frankie, you've got AZ as a Vulcan stuck in your head. No, AZ would be what are the ones with the big ears? Because they're always weirdly off-putting. Ferengi. No, AZ would, in the Star Trek universe, AZ would be a Ferengi. That's my take, and I'm sticking to it. So yeah, but anyway, so it was very refreshing seeing these Emma Chamberlain videos because they're comparatively low key and yeah, seeing someone who's still, has got 11 million subscribers and gets, 3 to 5 million views on every video that's comparatively low key. Frankie, you'd be a Klingon, you reckon? Fair enough. I love that, Chris. You've seen those guys, the ones who shout, pummel the like button, fuck the subscribe button. If I hit 10K likes, I'll blow my dick off. Yeah. I try to keep it calm. Just look, just do a thumbs up, subscribe, whatevs. Tell your friends. Say hello to your mum for me. Oh, I should steal that. That was Rove's line. Say hello to your mum for me. I should steal that. Salumi, you like Bernadette Banner? Okay, that's one I don't know. Oh, Chris, no. I'm sure those are literal things people have said. People just say the weirdest shit. But yeah, it was really interesting running into the Emma Chamberlain channel obliquely because I was watching these other channels that were talking about, how to sharpen up a YouTube channel. And yeah, they had people talking about Mr. Beast because Mr. Beast is so fucking huge. And him actually saying that Emma Chamberlain's content was refreshing. A lot of pressure on her because it's all about her personality. But yeah, it's nice that a channel like that gets such success. So, Salumi, Bernadette Banner does historical sewing, very low key and chill. That does sound calming. Someone doing historical sewing, being informative and friendly. Because you hate Mr. Beast. I do not have a strong opinion of Mr. Beast. I just see from his video titles, very over the top. As you're sipping something, and that's going to go down the wrong way, that's what just happened then. Christopher, voiceover guy from Carpets Closing Down Stores could make a heap for subscribing and pushing much. Oh, was that Frank? What's his name? From I've forgotten his name. Weirdly unsettling radio ads. Weirdly unsettling. Frankie, you can't post links. No, you cannot. What's the name of the video, Frank? Because it's even hard for me to copy and paste. No, that didn't work. I was trying to copy and paste. That's it. Frank from National Tiles. Oh, man, I knew you'd come through, Christopher. Frank Walker from National Tiles. Very, very disconcerting radio ads. There's just something unsettling going on there. When you can't remember surname, you just say penis. Oh, dear. Yes. So I don't know if anyone, again, because this is like Hangout Chill Zone. The Cocktail channel, I don't know if anyone is even particularly interested in it. So I say, like, I don't want people to subscribe who don't actually want to see it. Although, two things went through my mind recently. All right, Klingon War Song, Frankie. I'm going to look that up. I can't play it because I'll get fucking pinged. Klingon War Song. Here, Sons of Karles, Klingon Warriors Anthem fan-made tribute song? Or Klingon War Song from Interactive PC song? Ooh. There are a bunch of Klingon War Song videos on YouTube. There you go. I can't play them because I'll get fucking copyright pinged. Oh, Salimi, you've been catching up on the Cocktail channel. Well, I hope you enjoy it and get some ideas. Yeah, but things I'm thinking of doing. Just doing some vlog style videos. Sorry, Frankie. Here, Sons of Karles is the right one. So there you go. Frank recommends the Klingon War Song. Yeah, so I was thinking for my cocktail channel of doing vlog style videos. Thinking of doing ones where I actually talk about the process of deciding what cocktail to make. Because in my current rate of making videos, I have to come up with 2 or 3 new cocktails a week, which is not that easy. And people do often say like, oh, I want to try something different. How do I find a new cocktail? And I go, okay, well, here's how I find cocktails to make. So I thought that type of thing might be helpful and informative. People might enjoy me just like sitting and talking and saying, "Look, okay, so I'm thinking of what cocktail to make," and I looked and I found it's a date or blah blah. There's an anniversary of something, so I can do a cocktail themed around that anniversary, or it's someone's birthday. Someone's famous's birthday. I could do a cocktail inspired by them, or there are all these days declared to be the day for particular drinks, that type of thing. So I'm thinking of that. The other thing I was thinking of, Micro, dropping in to say hi before going to work. I hope you have a good day at work, man. And I appreciate you dropping in to say hi. I was to say, the other thing I was thinking of doing for my cocktail channel is to do at least some videos that were like in the form of a sketch. And I might even use the masks, like the old angry masks, to play different characters. Instead of me just talking to camera and making a cocktail, do it like a sketch where a character comes in and says, like, I want a drink, I want it to be, I'm after this vibe, I want something like this, or what can you do me? And then be me as the bartender. Well, okay, you're saying you want that. I say we do this, this, and this, and then I say, so the drink you want, it's going to have this, it's going to have this, it's going to have this. Shaky, shaky, shaky. There's your drink, and give it to the thing who goes, oh, thanks. And I'm thinking of that. So, Marco, you're working 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Well, I just hope you have a good day, man. Hope you have a good day. So, keep being an active part of capitalism like we all are. And yes, I hope it's an agreeable day for you. So, yes, I am thinking of, because it's so low stakes, my fucking cocktail channel. Like I just hit 400 subscribers. Woo! Milestone. And actually, you sell it. I think it's important to celebrate the small things. And I'm getting decent engagement with my videos and hit 400 subscribers, which is A, kind of shit, but B, it's something. So, let's be glass half full and say, well, that's something. But I was thinking things that could set me apart from other channels, because if all I'm doing is making cocktails, that's what everyone else is doing, and I'm not better than anyone else. So how do I get an audience? And it's like, well, do something different. So I really think the sketch idea could work. Like I was thinking of trying to find someone who could do really quick animations, like real, like low tech, low frame rate animations of just like doing. But it's just thinking of sketches basically. Instead of me just making the cocktail, have a character who says, I want a drink, I want something that makes me feel blah 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 blah, I want something that's blah blah blah, and then me as the bartender going, okay, well, I'm going to make you how about if I do this, this, and this, that's called a such and such, we make it like this, there's your drink. And I think that gives me something to play with, and it definitely set me apart from other channels. And yeah, maybe people would get into it. But it's so low stakes. If it doesn't work, I just stop doing it, But I feel like it might work. Frank, you're doing 5:15 a.m. to 1:15 p.m. Damn. Start and finish early as a COVID measure. No, that's pretty good to avoid people. That's a good strategy, man. If the hours work for you, a start and finish time that lets you avoid people, Jesus, dude, why the hell not? Solid planning on your part. All right. I am going to have another drink of water. It's coming up on 10 o'clock. Oof. And I do want to make I want to make one more cocktail video tonight. And I might do one or two tomorrow night. If I can get, some in the bank, as it were, be ahead, and then give me a bit more time to edit them and play with them. And then, as I said, like, think about doing shiz for script some sketches and whatnot. Frank, I'm with you. I don't like crowds. And so you want to be able to work 10 to 6 to get an extra hour sleep. Yeah, I can see how that would help. Well, maybe something coming your way. I think my work would be okay if I did that. I prefer to start a bit earlier and finish earlier. Not quite to the extreme as Frank, but I do like 7:30 till 4 now are my official hours. I usually leave the computer on till at least 5:30 just to see if anyone's messaging me. But I'll often, like, at 4 o'clock, I'll go for a walk. I'll go for a walk with Mrs. Angry for half an hour or so. And then I'll come back, see if anyone's been messaging me. And I'll actually switch my computer off sometime between 5 and 5:30. But yeah, gonna, within the next month or so, start going back into the office, I don't know, 1 or 2 days a week. We'll see what happens. My contract only officially runs till the end of December. They've got to give me new terms of employment after December. And the boss does want to keep me, but it's a whole paperwork thing. So I don't know. Oh, that's unfortunate, Salumi. Your admin role's not that flexible. Bummer. I don't know. If anyone's going to be flexible, it's now, but people are not necessarily going to be flexible. Right. Okay. I put my glass for water over here. I'm just going to go grab it. Oh, yep. I'm a little bit drunk, so I'm going to drink some water. Be a responsible motherfucker. Oh, goodness me. Okay, settling down. All right, so we talked about one thing I wanted to talk about. Emma, what's her name? I wanted to know if other people knew that channel, because it's a huge channel. Emma Chamberlain, and I only just discovered it. That's fun. I just noticed, like, if I go to the front page of YouTube, it shows me that my live stream's happening, and the screen grab is different every time I refresh the home screen. That's just a bit of fun. Oh, dear. Ooh, oh my God, Billy Wayne Davis. Sorry. Okay. For whatever reason, I don't know what first triggered it, what I searched for that did it, but there are these animated or videos that incorporate animation that are from Comedy Central called Tales from the Trip. And it's famous or semi-famous people, celebrities, comedians, musicians, at least one was a porn star, who talk about shit that happened to them while they were tripping. And there's this pretty wild animation that goes with it. Quite entertaining, actually, if you want to look it up, Tales from the Trip. And because you watch one, then you get recommended all these other ones. And I just noticed there's one with Billy Wayne Davis, who is a comedian from the south of the US, who's super fucking funny. I first came into contact with him. He was a guest on Behind the Bastards, a podcast I regularly listen to. And he's a great guest. He is very funny. He's very funny. He has that real laconic Southern drawl. He's very funny. So he's got a trip story. Okay, I'm going to have to watch that at one point. I wish the stupid YouTube content match fuck up thing wasn't so bad. I'd love to share it. I'd love to share it on the stream. But yep, I can't. So I have to watch it. Oh, God, that's the editing person, Hillier Smith. So here's a video of his from a year ago. Logan Paul reacts to my editing. Actually, I want to watch that too. That's from a year ago. So he stuns Logan Paul with his editing, apparently. Probably want to watch that one too. I'm actually quite keen. So, Frankie, you had the image of me and AIDS using bad 1950s prop made of things like aluminium foil, sci-fi kids. Yeah, that is the sort of thing we would do. That is absolutely the sort of thing we would do. I was thinking, if Aidsy was a bit more mobile, and he's not, because he's very unwell at the moment. Thinking, I could do sketches with him being a problematic bar customer, where I make a drink for him. He comes in and places an order and goes, I want a drink that's like this, but it's also like this and something like this. And I'm trying to make him a drink and shut him up. Oh, Salumi, I'm with you. I can't stand Logan Paul either. Fucking no, the fucking worst. Jake Paul and Logan Paul, the fucking worst. But I'm interested purely from an editing point of view what this guy does. So that's me being academic. It's kind of like doing an academic study of something very gross, and you go like, okay, the thing that I'm studying, gross and awful and terrible, and I don't like it, but the act of studying it and examining it has value. The thing itself is gross and awful, but the act of studying it and examining it has value. That's the philosophy I'm approaching it with. Lemonhead, you just saw my man spreading post. Well, see, I can share that because I found this picture. What's that, Frankie? Logan Paul asked on Twitter what to do with COVID prevention. Advice he got was using public transport at busy times, touch his face frequently to boost his immune system. Go for it. Sulam, you're hoping in January to get into setting up a TikTok, maybe YouTube for some sewing shenanigans. That sounds like fun. Look, I'm going to find the thing that Lemonheads was just talking about. I'll bring up this picture that I posted because I was just in a silly mood. Where's my profile? There we go. Where's the picture? All right. I'll share this screen. Where are we? Chrome tab, Twitter. See? That's why men spread their legs on public transport. Okay? That's real. That's a real thing. That's why men spread their legs on public transport. I think we could just do with a bit more consideration, is all I'm saying. Wow. Go away. Okay. So you're planning to get a decent mic, maybe a webcam, upgrade a phone. Man, any modern phone is fucking amazing. Here's Pum Fungus. Those were serious balls. Those were very serious balls that man had. And yes, Frankie, the needing the room for the balls is a lie. Unless you like that man. That man is the only one who has an express. Wow. That was not the correct word at all. That is the only man who has an excuse. has to do the man spreading to let those balls free. Yes, I'm probably getting a new iPhone. This is an iPhone 10. What up to the 13 now? I'm probably getting a 13 when they come into stock, but I don't know, that's going to be a month or so away. But I'm really looking forward because the cameras have gone up several generations since I got this one. So I'm looking for it. Frankie, did I see the giant bollocks Hispanic? Was that the dude who lived in Las Vegas? I remember there was a guy who lived in Las Vegas and he had some medical condition that had like elephantine balls. Quite unfortunate. It was just made his life very difficult. And I think he was Hispanic, this guy. It was the same thing. Chris, you usually cross your legs. Yeah, at least that guy, he was actually in a single seat. I just thought it was a funny, silly picture. And I wanted to share it. So what I was saying. Oh, yes. Samurai Pizza Cats, yes. Okay. Oh, very worrying people on the internet. I just won't go into it. Just saw some very worrying people on the internet. Christopher, keep your legs closed because you're confused. That's fair. It's absolutely fair. Oh, I'm thinking, drink my water because it's only 10 o'clock. Okay. But, I mean, I can feel the beverages I have drunk up to this point. I can feel them, definitely. But I don't know. I feel like I'm still being cogent and coherent. I certainly wouldn't drive a car at the moment because I'm not Tim Smith. He's a piece of shit. Salumi, fair call. Spread because you don't want men sitting next to you on the bus. Yep, absolutely fair call there. I think it was a Twitter account. It was someone where they post pictures, and the account was called "Your balls are not that big," and there's all these pictures of guys really ignorantly spreading on public transport, and then they would just draw in balls between their legs, like to justify the position you're sitting in. Like your balls would have to be this big. It was. I thought it was funny. Tickled my fancy. And just the name of it, your balls are not that big. Yes. Men do say some stupid things, and I am a man, and I am not acting superior to anyone else, actually. I believe I am also guilty of saying stupid things. Frankie, look up Wesley Warren Jr. Is that the guy with the big balls? So, Christopher, there was that BuzzFeed Tyrell, sorry if it wasn't where people manspreaded. I'm not 100% sure what that is. Okay. On Frank's advice, I'm looking up Wesley Warren Jr. That auto completed. American Man. Yes, no, that's the dude. That is the dude. Yes. Attracted worldwide attention. Problems with scrotal elephantiasis caused his scrotum to weigh 132 pounds. And he died in 2014. Yes, he was living in Vegas. Yes. Fucking unfortunate, man. Okay, and this also, another one that goes on my list of the concept of intelligent design is stupid. Semi-intelligent design at best. certain elements, get A's, as I've said before. Sex gets an A. Elephantiasis of the balls, F. Why would you do that? Why would that be a thing? And honestly, just with what's been happening recently, I'd give weather a failing grade, like a D. And I'm not even talking about climate change. I'm just saying just normal weather patterns are just like, no matter where you are, something fucked happens. And why is that? Why would, if the system was designed and not just a chaotic system, uh, why would out of control events happen? Droughts, heat waves, floods, cyclones, hurricanes, tropical storms. Why the fuck would any of that? What if it was designed? Shit would be in balance. Yeah, go through seasons, go through spring, summer, winter, autumn, all that shit. Do that, but don't have sudden catastrophic extremes. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The concept of intelligent design or a creator is fucking ridiculous. Slim, yes, saying your male partner said stupid things on Wednesday. It's a thing we do. It's a thing we do. And while I am actually copying for all males at the moment, I think it's humans. Humans broadly say and do stupid things. We currently live in a society where men get to say and do astoundingly stupid things and not face any repercussions. I will absolutely cop to that. Yes. So Christopher is saying WA, you're in WA. Other weeks not typical. Rain, sunny, hot, sunny, rain. Again, why the extremes? There's obviously no intelligent designer behind things. There's obviously no guiding hand. There's obviously no benevolent deity behind things. We just live in a random, chaotic system. The concept of just weather is fucking stupid. I mean, the thing is, the alternative is things like the Greeks and Romans, and I guess the Norse as well, and probably other religious systems that I'm far less familiar with. They had their gods were malicious. Their gods were malicious and venal. So when extreme things happened, it was because the gods were dicks. But this modern monotheistic idea of the powerful and all-knowing deity is dumb as shit and doesn't hold up. Just throwing it out there. So, Frankie, what's true? It's possible to sit down on your bollocks. Sometimes, the heat regulation. The bollocks sit at different levels at different times. Yes. Oh dear, no, Slimy blundered, said some weird transphobic shit. So you're going to talk? Yeah, okay. Hopefully, yes. It just look. Everyone fucks up from time to time. Big part of it is recognizing that. Oh, I fucked up, and it can be like I didn't mean to fuck up. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be malicious. But you need to acknowledge, but you did fuck up. So like, yeah. Sorry, Lemonades. It was freezing rain the other day. Your boyfriend blamed you for it. Oh no. That's harsh, getting blamed for the weather. That is a pitfall, Sulumi, not realizing the ingrained straight cis white privilege. I try to stay conscious of that because seriously, the entire fucking world is geared to make my life easy, which fucking rocks, honestly. Speaking as someone who's living in a world where everything is geared to make my life easy, fucking awesome. I'm aware there are people who are on the outside of that system, which, is shit. The system should be fairer. But I think it's very easy to get temporary blindness to the level of privilege you have. It's just important to fucking stay conscious. So, Salumi, you don't think he was being malicious, just not thinking about certain things? Yeah. Yeah. And look, and the fact is, if he's open and willing to learn, that's a huge positive. Actually, God, tying it back to what we were talking about before, Emma Chamberlain. I was watching some of her videos. She was at the Met Gala this year, interviewing people for Vogue. And I was just watching the whole setup and was like, holy fucking shit. The level of privilege in which she is existing right now is abso-fucking-lutely mind-blowing. Like, and she doesn't seem like a terrible person, and she wasn't born to this. She's worked to get this, but she's got herself to the stage where she's in such a level of privilege. She is more privileged than 99.99% of all humanity ever has been. It's friggin' mind-blowing. Like I said, I don't think she's evil. And I think I need to acknowledge I'm more privileged than at least 90% of all human, probably 95+% of all humanity that has existed. But it's funny, it's like the closer you get to the top, the bigger the gap in each percentage point. Like if I acknowledge I am more privileged than 95% of humanity throughout history, I am closer to someone who's at the 50% mark than I am to someone who's at the 99% mark, because it's like a logarithmic increase, exponential increase as you go up. It's like privilege, and you just get to the point where at the absolute top, the level of privilege just shoots through the stratosphere. Jesus, wild. So it's just Lumi. His other partner is cis white middle class woman, and she's really problematic. Damn. And you don't feel good being around her. Yep, I can see that. So Frank, what are you saying? You're old in the privilege department. Justin Trudeau had to bottle to acknowledge he fucked up 30 years ago because of privilege. His fans made excuses for him. Yes, I don't think you should excuse. And so the big thing, like Justin Trudeau did blackface shit 30 years ago. I feel like Justin Trudeau did a reasonable apology for, yeah, no, I did fuck shit. I don't have a lot of time for people who defend him because he doesn't need to be defended. If someone's falling over themselves to defend him, I think they've got issues. Like I dressed up as Hitler. So, you do fucked up shit and you need to own it. You don't need people to make excuses for you. It's Christopher Hayes saying the first million's the hardest. It is. It's like most of us are stuck here and you get a bit more privilege and a bit more privilege. And then there's like this tipping point where privilege just goes patam. Yeah. And usually the people at the top are evil as fuck. And they've only got their wealth because of just criminal levels of exploitation of other people. And I don't think Emma Chamberlain has exploited other people. She's part of a system that exploits other people, but so are we all. But yeah, I don't get the vibe she's evil. Maybe she is. I don't know. I don't know a goddamn thing about her. We don't want to get into parasocial relationships and think we know things about people when we actually don't know things about them. But yeah, she doesn't seem particularly evil to me. All right. I might now. Oh man, I closed the fucking Discord window. I need to open it again. to get that recipe. A recipe. Fuck off, Nitro. All these fucking websites trying to fucking get me to pay for a premium version of shit. Okay, John Dot Drinks. Christmas in Kentucky. I'm going to do this. Okay, I need to prep. So, what did they say? Bullet bourbon. No, I'm going to use... I am going to use Gospel. I'm going to use Gospel rye whiskey made here in Melbourne. Maybe I'll use this glass. I haven't used this glass for a while in a cocktail video. It's a nice glass. It's an unusual glass. I don't even know what to call this glass. It's very individual. And I'll try and, for the video, I'll try and get a close-up of the drink less, drink better, because that's a great slogan. I like it. From Bar Americano here in Melbourne. So, white creme to cacao, and I'm going to do Mando. Okay. Sulima, you got to head off? Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a while. Get some rest. You've had an exhausting week. Get some rest, by all means. All right. So, I'm going to get some things. Okay. Oh, man, yeah. No, I need to make this video before I get much more drunk. The Gospel Straight Rye Whiskey, 45%. Where's the Mando? The Mando's in here. Which, of course, these days just makes me think of the Mandalorian. But they marketed this Mando before the Mandalorian show existed, so they didn't know that. Look, you can't see me. I'm not talking. There I am. I'm back. I think I'm going to take a toilet break before I do this again. But that's all right. That's all good. That's pretty wild. That's pretty strange. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. Right. So, I noted the bitters. Ango bitters and orange bitters. Ango is here because I was using it for something else. Orange bitters, I think it's just down here. There we go. I got Fee. No, it's Regan's. I had Fee Brothers before. Now I've got Regan's. Okay. Right. So, were you shouting, Christopher? Like and subscribe. Hit notification now. Yeah. Everything, it's so weird. The whole fucking YouTube thing with the pressure. I'm just trying to have fun. I'm just trying to be me. And in terms of heaps of people started cocktail channels during lockdown, and a lot of them are falling by the wayside because they're going back to work now and they don't have the fucking stamina to do it. So I'm working on last man standing principle because I've been just churning out content for 16 years, man. I'm going to fucking keep doing. I was working the whole time, and I'm going to keep working and keep churning out content. So I'm thinking all the other cocktail channels will fucking stop doing shit, and I'll keep going, and I'll win just by being the last man standing. Yes, Christofari, cooking channels, because everyone was at home with time on their hands. I'm curious here, standing prayer. All right, I'm going to be back in a sec. I am going to take a piss break. What's the colored lights? All right. Okie doke. So I've got bits and pieces to miss. Can you hear me weeing? Oh dear. There we go. All right. Now I've got to. If I can cut this mandarin that's over here. I hope this is still okay. Kind of looks half okay. Yeah, it's okay, actually. Okay. That's pretty wild. Sorry for being off camera. Just chopping up a mandarin. Okay. Work deferred. Now I've got to wash my hands. See the juice on them. Okay. So, mandarin. No, this I'm shaking this. Okay. Oh, just trying to get stuff ready. Shaking it. All right. Christopher Owen, a fangirl a bit, being followed since the beginning. I appreciate that so much. That's great. And I don't know. Who knows what I'll do in the future? You know, these live streams have been fun. I might do them slightly less. I might start doing pre-recorded videos again. I might concentrate solely on the cocktail channel. I don't know. It's just down to, you know, friggin' what works for me. Hate to sound really self-absorbed, but I've got to do what works for me. And my long hair. All right, so gotta do that. Gotta do this, turn this light on. There we go. Bright lights. Big city lights, come get on my nerves. Now, I got to remember this guy's name. It's John Dog Drinks. And we start with simple syrup. All right. Simple syrup. Okay. So I'm going to make this now. How much is it? Only 1 ounce. Man, this is, sorry, I'm just saying this is a weak as piss drink. Only 1 ounce of whiskey, half an ounce of white creme de cacao, half an ounce of triple sec. Oh no, fuck it, man. That's some weak shit there. I'm trying to decide whether to do 1.5 or 2 ounces of Christmas in Kentucky. No, I'm going to do 1.5 ounces. I'll just do that. All right. And I'm going to get a big thing of ice and chill it in here. I sound like a jerk. That's too lightweight. I'm not doing that. I'm going to put this cartoon back on the fridge. I like that cartoon. What's it called? The Awkward Yeti. Good webcomic. I like it. It's the heart and the brain having an argument about cleaning up. All right. Where are we going? Nose cam is the best cam. Christopher, when you started, you were angry giving us news. Now you've gotten even older. Just going, meh. Yeah. I was thinking of, I might still do commentary, like political and news commentary, but instead of shouting, just talk. Just go, mate, like, man, what the fuck? I don't know. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. Anyway, so I got to concentrate on this cocktail. 1.5 ounce, half an ounce, half an ounce. All right. All right. I'm going to get started on Christmas in Kentucky. John.drinks. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for another Christmas-themed drink. This is an interesting one that comes from a YouTuber who have just come into contact with. John.drinks is another person who does cocktails on YouTube, and he joined a Discord that a bunch of the YouTube bartenders have where we share ideas and whatnot. And he said, this is a recipe in a steakhouse he works in. It's called Christmas in Kentucky, which is great. I know nothing about Kentucky, and I don't want to make any silly stereotype jokes because I would be the ignorant one in that point. But this sounds really interesting. I'm going to improvise a little around the recipe, but I'll tell you what the original is and what I'm changing it to. Fits in my whole ethos. Don't be bound by recipes. Look at a recipe. If someone has decided that works, it's probably a good guideline, but you should have room to improvise. Be creative, experiment. You never know what you'll find out. We're starting off with 2-3 segments of Mandarin. And here's the first thing I'm doing differently. The way they do it in this steakhouse is apparently muddle the Mandarin in the glass. So it's all built in the glass. And they leave the sort of pulpy Mandarin in the glass. If that's your thing, do it that way. I prefer a bit of a cleaner drink. So I'm going to do this in a Collins shaker. What did I say Collins? A Boston shaker. And I'm going to strain it. But if you want to build it straight in the glass, go for it. But I'm doing it in a shaker. So the first thing I'm going to do is add 2 to 3 segments of Mandarin. And peel this motherfucker. Okay. Man, I am making such a fucking mess. I hope. And you know what I should do? I should do this over the fucking glass. So all the juice that runs off goes into the glass. I'm a goddamn genius. Not really, because I didn't think of it straight away. But anyway, Mandarin segments. In you go. So you'll get to see this. People watch the cocktail. They have no idea that I'm futzing around like this. All right. Now my hands are covered in Mandarin juice, so I'm going to wash them. The joys of working in the kitchen. I can do that. All right. So Mandarin. What's the next thing? Bitters and sugar syrup. Okay. The next thing we're going to add is some bitters, and we are going to do a mix. 2 dashes of Angostura bitters and 2 dashes of orange bitters. And again, if you're building it straight in the glass, I'm putting it in my shaker. 1, 2. It's not dashing properly. All right. There we go. We're also going to add 1/4 ounce of a sugar syrup. They recommend a brown or raw sugar syrup. I'm going to use this sugar syrup I've made. It is made with raw sugar, and it's also got cinnamon and chai in it. And those spicy flavors, I think they're very much in the Christmas mode. It's really weird. Okay, I'm in the Southern Hemisphere, okay? In Australia, it's summer, but because we're a British colony, we inherited all these Northern Hemisphere ideas of Christmas. So all the flavors you associate with Christmas, we also associate with Christmas, even though in this part of the world, makes no sense. No sense at all, but we do it anyway. So a bit of Christmassy flavors with the sugar syrup, 1/4 ounce, or about, what's that, 7.5 mils. The reason I went through the ingredients in that order is if you're building that in the glass, at this point, you would muddle or at least mix those in the glass to make sure they're blended. Now, I'm not even going to bother to muddle in my shaker because I pretty seriously mangled the mandarin while I was putting it in. So it doesn't need to be muddled. It's already partly pulverized. Now I'm going to add the booze. The recipe John Dot Drinks posted said to use 1 ounce of bullet bourbon, which I don't have, and I like to use Australian products whenever I can. I'm going to use Gospel Rye whiskey. This is made locally where I live in Melbourne, and his recipe had 1 ounce of bullet bourbon. And I'm going to say, it's a bit wussy. It's a bit wussy. It's a bit light. It's a bit light. I looked at the spec and I went, that's a bit light on. I'm doing 1.5 ounces. You do you. I'm doing 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of whiskey. Because I'm the wild man. Where did I put the stopper for this? There it is. Can't leave stoppers off the fucking kitchen. It'll smell like booze. There are a couple of liqueur elements to this drink as well. Next up is some white creme de cacao. We're doing just 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of white creme de cacao. The final ingredient is an orange liqueur. The original recipe said for a triple sec. I'm improvising a bit, having a bit of fun, and I think it fits in because there's some actual mandarin in here. This is from Adelaide in Australia. This is called Mando. It's a mandarin cello. It's limoncello, but made with mandarin. So it's kind of in the same ballpark as triple sec, but also different. So I'm making my own thing here. But you go with what you have at your end, whether it's a triple sec, a curacao, even a Grand Marnier, something you like, an orange liqueur you like. I think this Mando goes well with the fact there's actual mandarin in here. So it's the same amount, going to do 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of orange liqueur. Man, this stuff smells so good. Put that in. Wait, have I got fucking Jesus? I was going to put garnish in. I thought I had some dehydrated. Yeah, I do. Shit. Oh no. I'm breaking shit. Dehydrated citrus wheels here. That will make a fine garnish. Okay. I need to add some ice to my shaker. Right. ice is fucking with me, man. Okay. If you were making this straight in the glass, you would stir all the ingredients. Like I said, I'm choosing to make it in a shaker. So I'm adding ice, putting it together, bang it in hard, and I'm going to shake that for about 10 seconds. Where's my Hawthorne strainer? There it is. Now I'm going to strain this into a double rocks glass with a big old chunk of ice, and I'm not going to fine strain it. Like I said, I don't really want lots of the pulpy fruit in there, but given the original recipe I'm following leaves the whole mandarin segments in there, it's not going to hurt me if there are some little bits of fruit that get through here, so I'm not going to fine strain it. Just going to strain this over a big chunk of ice in a double rocks glass. Let me do that now. It's got a neat colour, sort of dirty orange. I'm looking forward to tasting this actually. And dehydrated orange wheel. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take a picture of it for a thumbnail. Fucking YouTube, man. Got to do this shit for YouTube. Okay, part of this mandarin went quite gross. Let's just throw that in a compost bin. And I've made a mess over here. Just have to quickly wipe it up. There we go. That's all good. Do that. All right. What am I doing? Okay. Oh, fuck, man. I gotta move some shit. Just gotta move some shit. I hope you appreciate it. I'm turning everything into songs. I'm a really bad singer. So, you know. Special. You get special times. Me doing bad singing. Put that back there. That back there. Right. Okay. Sorry. Vertigo time. Motion sickness, maybe. I'm going to move this. Oh, shit. That was bad. That was bad. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good in the hood, apart from the things that are quite bad in the hood. I'll just put this over here. And I'm going to take a picture of this. And hopefully this looks okay. All right, be further away. Fair enough. All right. Put that in there. Now I'm going to bring you back. Oh, wow. He's just pointing at the ceiling. Sorry. It's all disorienting, I'm sure. But this is the last bit of video I'm going to shoot tonight. So it'll be the last time when I fuck around with stuff. And I'll just pay attention to you lovely people after this. I promise. I promise. I've just got like 30 to 60 seconds to do. I'm dropping in a dehydrated orange wheel as a garnish. Again, apparently in the original steakhouse, they do a bruleed orange, which I assume they sprinkle some fine sugar over a fresh orange piece and then use a blowtorch to brulee it. I honestly not up to doing that tonight. So this is my Christmas in Kentucky. I'm going to try it here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Look, I'm not saying I really want to go to Kentucky for Christmas, but if this is what Christmas in Kentucky's like, I'm on board. Orangey whiskey, nice. This is a pretty good drink. I'm enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying whatever you're doing, whether it's a lead up to Christmas or whether you're watching this on Christmas to come up with ideas for drinks to have on the day. I like to share them with you. I hope you can share it with your friends maybe, or give me an old thumbs up. That's the thing YouTube likes to see. Interaction, engagement. Let's fool the YouTube algorithm. Whatever. I mean, I just hope you're looking after yourself. I hope you're looking after people around you as well. And until I do see you again, I will say cheers. That's fine. All right. Now I'm just going to switch shit off and then we will be done. Turn that light off. It's too bright. Turn this light off, which is also too bright. Do this. I see you. This to remind me, I need to charge these rechargeable batteries. Oh, incidentally, just for fun, pineapple tequila. That's what's going on here. It's going to take a few days. I'm going to let that infuse for a few days. I'm also making some tepache, which will take a day or two. And then I'm going to make a whole fucking witch's brew. Christopher, you have the same clock. Nice. Frankie, you realise how weird it feels to describe yourself as a northern relative to Australia because you're southern in Britain. That's nice. Megaleech, you're right. I should have fried chicken with this. That is a good call. It's actually pretty good. I don't mind it at all. Oh, wait. Jesus, I've got to put lids back on things, for God's sake. There's that lid. Where's the lid for that sugar syrup? Here it is. I can just see myself knocking shit over and just making a terrible mess. And that goes on the bitters. All right, now I can chill out. I made 2 videos. I feel like I accomplished something. Might do some more tomorrow night, but that's it for tonight. So, good. Yep, that does not taste particularly like alcohol. And that has... Ooh, no, it's got the rye is coming through afterwards. It's but that's like 2-3 standard drinks again. Gotta be careful. Yes, Christopher. Yes, when you get older, you appreciate $2 shops. Yeah, that is a cheap fucking clock. I don't remember if it's from a $2 shop or IKEA, but it's a cheap fucking clock. Cheap clock, expensive alcohol. But yeah, that's that rye whiskey I was using from the Gospel. That's their expensive stuff. They're straight rye. Although I just bought a bottle of that. Yeah, it was Dan's. I was in Dan's and it was like $20 off. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty fucking good. And they also had brown creme de cacao, a few dollars off, and I was completely out of brown creme de cacao. So I thought, okay, well, that's an excuse. One thing I need because I'm out of it, and one thing that's just good and $20 off. So now I've got 1.5 bottles of Gospel rye. So I'm going to make a lot of fucking drinks with rye whiskey in them to use up, get some free shelf space. Frankie, weird to be proud of your Scots heritage when your temper's about the only thing that's Scottish. Well, that's me. That's why I got a kilt, man. My dad's side of the family is Scottish. My family name, my dad's name's Scottish. My mum's side's mainly Irish, I think. Yeah, from the north. So, yes, I had my kilt on the other night. I considered wearing it tonight, but then you only see me from here, so it's a fucking point. But Jesus, I tell you what, if we get, I don't know if we're getting particularly hot times in summer, but it's particularly like Mrs. Angry and I like going for walks, usually between 4 and 5 in the afternoon when we're both at home. If it's not too hot or if it's not pissing down rain. But yeah, even when it's not that hot, I can feel quite hot. So that's why it was like, I think it was just last night's stream. And was it last night's or Tuesday nights? I don't remember. But I wore a kilt. It was very, very freeing. Suddenly I've been wearing like jeans, basically. They're not denim, but they're basically jeans, canvas pants. And I'm feeling a bit hot and sweaty. And I just fucking took it off and put a kilt on. And suddenly free and easy. Oh, Her Ladyship of Expletives. Not the end of the stream, my friend. The middle, because it's Friday. It's party night. I'm actually being fairly moderate. We're like almost 11 p.m. So almost 3 hours in. Has anyone been keeping track? This is only my third drink, isn't it? Oh, yeah, Christofari. Kilts are fucking awesome. And I've got, for when it gets really hot, I've got a caftan, a muumuu, whatever you want to call it. Normally, when I get up in the mornings, I'll put on some sort of pants. Like pajama pants and a dressing gown, bathrobe, whatever you want to call that. And I have the warmer ones, which it's almost always too warm for now. And then I have the summer ones. But then when it gets really summery, I'm gonna friggin' do my caftan. I will absolutely, if we get hot nights, and we do, Melbourne, we always get fucking hot nights during summer, I will absolutely do a live stream in my caftan. Ladyship, wish you could stay. Got to work tonight, Saturday night, Sunday. Nice. Well, tomorrow night, another stream. Probably won't be as long as tonight's stream, but we'll go past 10. Might go to midnight tomorrow night. Who knows? Tonight, who knows? I'm going pretty strong. I'm going pretty fucking strong right now. It's just, am I going to drink myself under the table at some point? Maybe. But I'm going to pace myself. I'm going to have some more water after this. Shieldsy's not even here to harass me, be my better angel and tell me to drink water. I'm going to drink some more water. Then I'm going to drink some more booze, I think. I think that's the thing that's going to happen. We'll see. I think this is only my third drink. I've made 2 videos. I had the Woodson and Foot. I think that's only 3 drinks in 3 hours. I'm virtually a saint. Rukusan, dude, we're just starting, man. We're just starting. I wanted to stay relatively coherent to make some pre-recorded videos, but that's done now. So also tomorrow I'm going out and visiting some distilleries. So I don't want to be completely fucking assholed. But yeah, definitely gonna have a couple drinks. Ladyship, you miss booze. Can't remember the last time you drank. Dang. Christofari, I absolutely did not drink 71 drinks in 2 hours. I'm trying to think. I think I only had 3 drinks. I had the Woodson and Ford and the 2 I made videos of. Sure. No, that's all I had. I feel super responsible. Only having 3 drinks in 3 hours, I feel very responsible. And I'm just very, very lightly inebriated at the moment. So I'm going to feel comfortable having a couple more. I have to have a martini because I remade my freezer martini last night. So it's going to taste different, and I need to taste it. An angry hollow of it. Sorry, just looking at this. I'm going to drain a bit more. because that's actually going to be mainly water, but there's a little bit of flavor in there. Don't want to waste it. Ruku-san, I'm doing quite well, my dude. Chilling like a villain. I've made a couple of videos. I think you're a man who might appreciate this one, actually. This is my version of a thing called Christmas in Kentucky. So I muddled some mandarin segments, Angostura bitters, orange bitters, sugar syrup, whiskey. I used gospel rye. The original recipe called for bullet bourbon. And then white creme de cacao and triple sec. And this is what we get in the end. And it's honestly pretty good. What's it? Ladyship of expletives. Daughter's trying to steal clips from the wet dry vacuum. I don't get her either, honestly. Frankie, am I committing a tartan crime or do I observe tartan rules with your kilt? I'm not sure what rules we speak of, so I'm not sure if I'm committing a crime. I chose the website, the tartan shop, had dozens and dozens of tartans to choose from. And I was told by someone in the past, my family, I'd be in the Mackenzie tartan. So my hybrid kilt has Mackenzie tartan in the pleats. It's like a black utility kilt with tartan in the pleats. And I think it's pretty cool, actually. I think it's Mackenzie tartan that I chose. Oh, no, Rukusen. I do not overestimate your ability to not just be a trash bag, drink the chips thing. But I think you'd like this too. Liking something classy. I don't know if this classifies as classy, but it's pretty good. This is actually pretty good. I freaking like this, actually. Doesn't taste. It's one of those scary ones that doesn't taste that much like alcohol. So you might drink too much of it, but it's pretty good. Oh, that's the ladyship. There is traditionally no underwear with the kilt. I remember that thing from the goodies with the Scotsman around a campfire doing the rituals, and they say, "What's worn underneath the kilt? Nothing. It's all in perfect working order." Frankie, you reckon tartan's passed down by mother? Technically only allowed Royal Stuart tartan. Why are you in... What is it about me that I'm only allowed Royal Stuart? I got told I was in Mackenzie, but I don't know. So Christopher X got yourself a plot of land, 1 foot is the thing in Scotland. Oh, I've heard of that. Yes. Laying claim to a 1 foot plot of land. The best cocktail is the one you've got. But this one, yeah, it's all booze with some mandarin muddled into it. Beemoth, stopping in to say hi. Man, 4 a.m. where you are. Holy cow. Thank you so much for dropping in to say hi, Beemoth. That just feels really nice that you stopped in to say hi. I hope you get some sleep. Please have some sleep. Megalichura Stewart. Are you in California, Beemoth? Okay. I hope you get some sleep, my friend, and I truly appreciate you just stopping in and saying hi. Cheers to you. It's a mere 11 p.m. here. Ladyship, you got to shower and try and sleep. So yes, do that. Take care. Man, I'm in a fucking mood, man. I am rocking along for a while yet. We will be going to at least midnight, at least another hour, and we'll see where we go from there. Frankie, the only time you might get a beating is if you're a military tartan and bump into a member of that regiment. Yeah, well, I'm not doing that. I'm absolutely not doing that. So, Ruxan, did it sneak up on you that it was 11? Did you not know it was 11? Oh God, are you driving to Canberra tomorrow? I'm driving I've got a half-hour trip tomorrow. I'm going to visit a couple of distilleries that are only half-hour away, which is going to be fun. So I'm not going to get absolutely written off tonight. I'm gonna have a few drinks though. You were streaming and lost track of time. Dang. All right. Oh man, I've done that trip, Sydney to Canberra, but I forget how long it's a long time ago. I forget how long it takes. So I'm having a pretty chill day tomorrow. Oh, you're going to a wedding? Nice. Yes, I hope. I've got my fingers crossed for you that it will be an open bar at the wedding. And yes, bum fungus. It absolutely depends how fast you drive between Sydney and Canberra. All right. So from your hour, Rugasan, 2 hours 45. Okay, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. That's a journey. That's definitely a journey. I haven't done a drive. Fuck me. When was the last time I did a drive that long? 3 years. 3 years ago. I reckon it's 3 years I did a drive that long. Jesus. Fucking COVID, man. You know, it was a big adventure last weekend. I went for a 1 hour drive out to Mornington Peninsula. You know, tomorrow's adventure is a half-hour drive. But yeah, 2 3 hour drives. I don't reckon I've done that for 3 years. Fucking wild. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Bum fungus. I get it. It takes 2 hours to get out of the city. Yeah, that's different when it's just shit traffic. Yeah, I'm thinking about distances where it's not dictated by shit traffic. I mean, yes, between me and the city should take 15 minutes, but it can take on a bad day 45 minutes to an hour easy. So Frank, what's that? You mentioned a distant relative of yours in the US could actually trace your bloodline back to discover your clan's coat of arms. Nice. Yeah, Rick is saying I kind of wish we could have lockdown levels of traffic without lockdowns, because how fucking quiet shit was in lockdowns kind of ruled, honestly. The lockdowns themselves were shit. I mean, they were absolutely necessary, but they were shit. Fucked with people's mental health, fucked with people's businesses and livelihoods, and it was shit and awful. But you know, it's a fucking global pandemic, and we know black and white why we did it. We can compare ourselves to Florida in the US, which actually has a slightly smaller population than Australia. But you look at their death toll, which is 50,000 higher than Australia. So our lockdowns, you can just say it in black and white. Our lockdowns were to avoid 50,000 unnecessary deaths. So why is Melbourne traffic so bad? Oh, dude, if you think Melbourne traffic's bad, you want to go to a real city. Melbourne's tame compared to some cities around the world. Fox of Fate, your maternal grandmother still has your Scottish clan's name. Mum's half Scottish. You just don't have the tartan. Yeah, my family name's a slightly obscure name, and but a friend who really researched it did inform me, and I tend to believe him, that my clan, my tartan, is Mackenzie. So I'm taking his word for it. So I think that's what I did. I ordered a Mackenzie tartan. My family come from the Orkneys, which are actually islands off the north of Scotland. So now, okay, now I feel like looking it up. Now I feel like looking it up. I'm just telling this guy that I made a version of this tonight for a video that will go live next week. I quite liked it. Do 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 do. Have you ever? So far, I'm okay with cold weather. I don't like being cold, but I'm okay. Yes, Megally jump from the Iron Isles. So Frankie saying mother could pass the tartan, your father's can't. Okay, with a great big asterisk, tartans were a thing that was fucking invented in the 19th century by Scottish nationalists. There's this sort of suggestion that the ancestral tartans go back ages. That's actually a lie. It was a propaganda. And honestly, and I'm on board with it, propaganda by Scottish nationalists in the 19th century. And I'm completely on board with it, but, you know, it's not that big a thing. Chris, traffic's bad in cities with poor walking and cycling transit infrastructure. Good call. We've got a pretty good transit infrastructure in Melbourne. Which is not to say traffic does not suck occasionally, but compared to cities like Los Angeles or London or Tokyo, the traffic's nothing. That's what people in Australia don't understand quite often. Our big cities are just fucking country towns compared to the real big cities around the world. Okay, that's an interesting factoid, Frankie. The reason the women passed down the tartans, the women stayed home and trained the sons while the fathers were in battle. Neat. Bum fungus. I've not been to Tokyo. You're saying they have an awesome train system. I like it. Again, my offspring are both studying Japanese language, and my daughter's actually doing a linguistics degree at uni, and both she and my son take extracurricular Japanese language classes. She, in particular, she's got quite advanced language skills, Japanese language skills. So I'm thinking in a year or two, if shit with the pandemic calms the fuck down, I'm going to do a family trip to Japan, use my offspring as translators. I'll con them into it. It's like, look, I'll pay for the trip. I'll pay for the trip and the accommodation, but you're not allowed to dump me. I want you to be my translator. Oh, nice. Bum fungus. How many times have you been to Japan out of interest? I'm very keen to go there. I have been in Japan. My passport has a stamp for Japan, but it was just an overnight stay. On a trip to the US, there was an overnight stay in Japan. You were once for 3 weeks. Nice. I like the sound of it. I was once for one night. So technically, I've been there. Fox, daughter's living your dream. Yeah, no, she's like I said, besides doing linguistics at uni, she takes additional private tuition in Japanese language, and she's very fucking eloquent in it. She's got quite advanced Japanese language skills. My son's doing some Japanese language classes, and he's good. They again typical sort of Zoomers / young millennials, very much into Japanese culture, and so they learn the language. So Frankie, another interesting detail, Royal Stuart tartans actually for all Her Majesty's subjects, not just Scots, not just Brits. There you go. Fox, my daughter is 23. Actually, no, 24. She just turned 24. She just had a birthday. Yes, so my offspring are 21 and 24. Yeah, I think they'll go along with it. If I pay for a trip to Japan, they've got to be my translator, take me to a few places. Seems like a fair deal. Got to fucking invest in some crypto and make a fortune. Please don't invest in crypto just because I said that. I don't know a goddamn thing, quite honestly. I'm as likely to win lotto as I am to make a fortune in crypto. So don't pay any attention to me. At least not on the subject of cryptocurrency, which is obviously very high risk stuff. Okay, that fucking booze is kicking in. I'm feeling a bit. I'm going to drink some water. I was going to go straight into a martini. I'm going to drink a bit of water. Just a bit of water. Bit of filtered water. Ruka-san, invest in Dogecoin. Okay, if I was going to tell the truth, I did put some money into Bitcoin, and because I was feeling very silly. You think Dogecoin is silly? I was feeling very silly and put some money into Shibu. Just because, like, okay, this is money I can literally afford to lose. If this reverts to a value of 0, it's like, oh, well, I lost that money, but I can afford to. But because there's a tiny chance there could be astronomical gains there, I just thought, what the fuck? I'll put some money there. What the fuck? Safra, I'm not sure what you're asking by anywhere more. No cryptocurrency is a sensible transaction currency. All cryptocurrency is a speculative currency. It's there's a theory that there will be a growth in the perceived value of it, and so investing in it is speculation. Anyone who buys crypto with the intent of performing transactions with crypto is either a criminal who's trying to cover their tracks or an absolute fucking moron. So all cryptocurrency is a very high risk speculative investment, because there is a small chance you will make an absolute killing on it. Sorry, big yawn. Yeah, Safar, I do remember something about some South American countries saying they'd accept transactions in crypto. Again, anyone who talks about doing any transactions in cryptocurrency is either a criminal or a fuckwit, because performing transactions in cryptocurrency makes no sense. Oh yeah, God, I've had one of those emails as well, Frankie. Pay for your alleged masturbation video in Bitcoin. Yeah. And I was like, I'm not stupid. I don't watch porn on anything that's got a fucking webcam on it. I know this is fake. Safra, is it just you, or do people get tired doing a windy night? Sorry, you said tired. No, I'm yawning again. Oh, stop yawning. That's literally the first time I've ever heard that. I will just say that. That's the first time I've ever heard a reference to a windy night making people tired. Take that as you will. Take that as you will. Oh. Yep. Okay. A bit of water to cleanse the palate is good. Exactly, Frankie. You don't have a webcam to remotely switch on. So I don't watch porn on anything that's got a webcam. So that's why when someone says, "Oh, I've got video of you doing things," like, no, I don't. I mean, I actually did know a dude, and Aidsy and I had to advise him. This was quite a few years ago, but basically, he was on whatever website and he got private messaged um, uh, by a woman who said, I want to cyber sex with you, big boy. And he goes, okay. And he's like got a webcam. And this was a real woman. There's a woman on the webcam doing the naked, sexy stuff and said, I want to see your dick, big guy. And so he's going to dig out and he's whacking it in front of her. And when it's all done, she's going, I recorded all that and you have to send me $10,000 or I'll send the video, and because I've hacked your computer, and I'll send it to everyone in your contact list. And he freaked out and he's going, oh, I don't even have the money. What do I do? And Aidsy and I had to calm him down. And we basically said, look, okay, dude, it's embarrassing. Okay. I'll acknowledge it's embarrassing. If they truly sent a video of you whacking it to your family, embarrassing. But you can't actually stop this person doing the extortion. You can't stop them. You also can't trust them. If you give them some money, they're very likely to go, this guy's desperate. Now we'll just tell him to send us more money. So you gain nothing. You gain no surety by sending them money. So you might as well, and it would be embarrassing. It would definitely be embarrassing. But, shit's done, man. You can't put that toothpaste back in the tube as it goes. Worst comes to worst, if that does get sent, you just need to write out. People will get over it, but you just need to say to people, look, okay, yeah, a hot woman convinced me to do this. And I feel very embarrassed, but I'm sorry, she was hot. And I didn't know I was getting extorted. And fucking, it will pass. It will never pass completely. It will always be embarrassing. But dude, you can't change it. You can't unring that bell. You can't go back in time. So yeah, fucking hell. It's an unfortunate situation to find yourself in, but you are in that situation. You can't change it. And you cannot trust an extortionist. There is no point in giving an extortionist any money because they'll just continue to extort you. So it's just like, you just have to live with the fact this may actually get to your contact list. It may actually get to your family. And you just need to say to them, yep, that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing, definitely. In my defense, it was a hot woman. A hot woman got naked and said, I want you to get naked as well. And I did. Again, very embarrassing. Don't pretend it's not embarrassing. Frankie, you send them a penny. Yeah. It's just, but yeah, it is unfortunate in this modern world. You have to assume the worst all the time. You always have to assume the worst. And which I always think it's hilarious. Like, porn sites had ads like, "Oh, play this free game," and going, I am 100% sure that free game is going to install malware on my computer, and it would be a very bad idea. And yes, Frankie, imagine someone trying that with Aidsy. I think he would just laugh and basically tell them, yeah, there is no one in my friends or family who would possibly think I was more of a deviant than they already think. So, yeah, if my family members, for instance, got an email titled like, Aidsy is a filthy animal, here's a video to prove it, they would just go, Oh, I know he's a filthy animal. I don't need to see the video. I'm not going to watch the video because I know he's a filthy animal. I know he's a pervert and a deviant. It absolutely would not work on him. And Ruka-san, you think everyone knows you're a deviant as well? So it's got to embrace the deviant, basically. Yeah. I mean, my first thing would be try not to fall for it. And not to give my friend too hard a time. He was not exactly a prime example of manhood. So when a sexy woman said, "Whip it out, big guy," he should have been suspicious. But he was very horny, so he wasn't. So yeah. Frankie, like you said, anyone who'd even want to watch you whacking off would deserve them. Yeah. That's what it comes down to. If people are going to be sent an incriminating video of me whacking off, if they're going to watch it, they fucking deserve the mental scarring, quite honestly. The warning is right here. Here's angry, whacking off. It's like, well, I'm not going to watch that. That's terrible. That's a terrible idea. So, sometimes you just got to tough it out. Yeah, I'm not a significant public figure, so it doesn't fucking matter. Again, notwithstanding, it would definitely be embarrassing. It would definitely be embarrassing. I wouldn't like it, but, fucking hell, man. Life goes on, is what I'm saying. Yes. Safa, Trollface, who is sexually obsessed with me, would kind of get off if there was a video of me whacking off. I think you're right, mate. Yep, Frankie, I think we need to stop bringing up AZ because we all know where any conversation about AZ goes. It's too late. I kind of feel like texting him and saying, "What are you doing, bitch? I'm going to have a martini. Freeze a martini, in fact." Slightly rosy because I put some of that red vermouth in. Ooh, that's a nice pop. Nice glug, glug, glug cocktail ASMR there. Oh, by the way, have you seen these? Okay, I got these at the supermarket today. Golden Gay Time Fruit Loop flavors. Fucking amazing. They have 100% captured the flavor of Fruit Loop milk. It's fucking amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Grish, you had that happen to you once. You refused to show your full self, so they mostly had a selfie in my face. They realized they're the wrong person trying to extort you. Dang. Safa, how long does it take my freezer to freeze things? Depends what you mean by things. Ice, it freezes pretty quickly. Okay, and for instance, you know how I do my clear ice in insulated cups? This, less than 24 hours. This, more than 48 hours. So you can sort of see, it's really interesting. This one's skinnier, but it's a really significant difference. This one freezes solid in less than 24 hours. This one needs more than 48 hours. So when freeze things, it depends what the thing is and how frozen you want it. But it's got a temperature control, so I can change how long it takes to freeze things as well. So, but because I have sufficient Navy strength gin in my freezer martini, it doesn't freeze at all. Ooh. Oh man, oh yeah. No, that's good. That's because there's so many different gins in that now. It's like I take a sip and just all these different flavors go down. It was like, ooh, isn't this a nice fucking glass, Chris? I don't know if you can even see. It's got etchings on it. I got this from a shop. I was there with Nettie and Abigail. It's called the Bitters Lab. They have a website called onlybitters.com where they sell hundreds of sorts of bitters and then all the accoutrements, a few other things, and some good cocktail glasses. I got this one with martini glass with this lacework etched in it, and some Nick and Nora glasses that have the same lacework etched in it. They have great stuff, but I fucking love the. And I'm they're pretty delicate. I've had them for a while and I haven't broken them. I'm really, really fucking paranoid about breaking them. Safa, this is really strong. This is probably at least 3 standard drinks. Like if I necked this, I'd be on well and truly on my way to being fucking Tim Smithed. So I shall be sipping this. How much did the glass cost? It was not cheap. I can look it up actually. Only Bitters. Onlybitters.com, which is fabulous fucking website. So bitters, syrups, liqueurs, spirits, barware. Barware. Ooh, what the fuck? Bar spoons, shakers, straws, jiggers. Wait, where's glassware? Where the fuck is glassware? Oh, there it is. Jesus. I'm mildly drunk. Glassware. So they have the Happy Sad Tiki goblet that I have, which is $20. Fucking worth it. I'll show you. I'll show you the other glasses I got from there as well. The Nick and Nora glasses. I think that's not the etched one. The lace one. Okay, $17 for the lacework Nick and Nora's. And yeah, I thought it was $20. $20 for this. Worth it because I feel super fucking smooth. I'm going to show you the other ones. So that was $20. Okay, Tiki goblet and Nick and Nora glass. Okay. So this is the Nick and Nora glass, which has the same lacework on it, which costs $17. Oh wait. Again, you probably can't see the lacework, but it's very nice, very nice. And this is the Tiki goblet. I've got 2 of these. Cost me $20. So it's like a sad face and happy face. I like these goblets. I've had these for years. These are very tough. These delicate. These really delicate. But I don't know. I thought it was worth it as a splurge because I feel special when I drink out of them. Yes, Safa, I fucking wish I was sponsored. The Bitters Lab would be a fucking awesome sponsor. They have so much good stuff. But I pay for it all. That red aperitivo I had earlier came from the Bitters Lab. So they have some alcohol. They have things like cocktail shakers and all the accoutrements. They have hundreds of bitters and other flavoring things for drinks and some glassware. Man, I would fucking kill to be sponsored by the Bitters Lab. That's my goal. I've said this a few times, but my goal, like people say, oh, you want to have your cocktail channel? I go, oh, I just want it to be successful enough that people give me free shit. I want to get free booze and free accoutrements like this, and to get invited to events. That's it. That would be success for me. For the channel to be big enough that people think it's worthwhile to give me free shit. Yeah, how frozen the drink is. It just frosts up there. Oh man, I fucking love freezer martinis. I just love a really cold martini, Sub-Zero. Because of the alcohol content, it's not frozen, but the temperature when you first pour it is Sub-Zero. I fucking love that. Oh, one of the Twitch folks was telling me, it'd be nice to see him again. I'm trying to remember his username. He's a guy who's from Missouri. He came on Angry Bunch a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying how there were a bunch of people on Twitch who liked that time we got raided. There were fucking hundreds, thousands of them. They liked it when I was talking about drinks, but they were a bit off-put when I got really political. And I was like, well, they'd be into it tonight. Tonight's been a super fucking let's talk about booze night. So that was Daniel. Yes. Jeez, well done, Safa. Daniel Manuel or whatever his screen name was. Yeah, he was a nice guy. But yes, all those Twitch folks. Tonight would have been a good night because I'm mainly just talking about booze and drinking. I got this today because I'm making some shit. Like I showed off that I'm making pineapple tequila. I'm also making some tepache, which is a fermented pineapple drink. And I'm going to ultimately make a combined drink that has tequila. It's kind of going to be a version of a margarita, but more like a liqueur. But I wanted to get some cheaper but not shit tequila because the tequila I had is reasonably pricey, like is a quality tequila, and I didn't want to use it all up, so I got a cheaper tequila, but it was on special. There's a box set that had this margarita mix, which is shit that I would never use, but I thought I would getting it with that bottle, a liter of that margarita mix was only a couple dollars more than buying the bottle on its own. I thought, for the offspring, if they're having a party or something, that would be a good base. That's non-alcoholic. That would be a good base for a punch. So I thought that was worth it. So yeah, I'm making Cuervo tequila, blue agave tequila, infusing it with pineapple, making pineapple tepache over there, tepache. Then I need those to brew the flavors for a couple of days, and then I'm going to make a liqueur, I think, that's modeled after a margarita. And a margarita is tequila and lime and orange, basically. So I'm going to use probably the limoncello I've got and an orange liqueur and some tepache and maybe some sugar syrup as well, and have a tequila liqueur. So what's the cheapest cocktail? Probably vodka and orange, honestly. No, I don't even think that's a proper I don't think it's a proper fucking cocktail, a screwdriver, but vodka and orange, that's pretty fucking straightforward. Agave is a succulent, like a cactus type plant that grows in Mexico. So from the agave grows naturally from the south of the US through Mexico and probably into South America. So agave is a type of succulent, and it's the base for tequila and mezcal. But you can also I've got an agave nectar as a sweetener. Probably actually use agave nectar as the sweetener in this fucking liqueur I'm going to make. There are actually people in Australia making agave spirits. They can't call it tequila because it has to be made in particular states in Mexico to be called tequila. But there are distillers in Australia who have grown agave and are making an agave spirit, which taste-wise is very much like tequila, but they can't legally call it tequila. So there's protected names. There are various things that are protected names. Like you can call anything a whiskey, but you can't call it a Scotch or an Irish whiskey or a bourbon unless it follows particular rules and is made in particular parts of the world. Tequila's another one. Mezcal's another one. There's a few French ones like cognac and armagnac. So it's not just champagne. And in fact, sherry has to be made in Spain. There used to be people around the world called the various sweetened wine things sherry, but then the EU set out a rule that no, it has to come from Spain. So I think the Australian winemakers who used to market sherry now call their drink Apera, A-P-E-R-A. So yeah. Suffer, would the world end if we had an alcohol shortage? Any country that has an alcohol shortage is going to have a surly fucking popular. Sorry, any country that has a shortage of alcohol is going to have an angry population. Suffer cognac's made in Russia also. Maybe if they spell it differently. I mean, the interesting one I picked up recently is this one. I'll show it. I don't know how to show it. I could just tell you. But I'm going to show it to you. I got this recently in the last couple of weeks. This is from Martel, who are a reasonably well-known cognac maker in France. They call this Blue Swift because what it is, it's a VSOP cognac, which is an aged cognac that's finished in bourbon casks. Now, because the rules about cognac are so strict, the fact that they finished this in bourbon casks means they can't call it cognac. So they're banking on their name, Martel, being recognized as a cognac maker. And then they're saying this is made of cognac, which is finished in bourbon casks, but they can't call it cognac. So it's a brandy. They're just calling it a spirit drink, Blue Swift spirit drink. And you probably can't see it, but the bottle's got an embossed bird. I might keep, this is a pretty sexy bottle. I might keep it. I've probably got to, if I do, it's probably going to be fucking ages till I empty it. I'm going to have to rationalize the bottles I keep at some point because there's a period I go, oh, I'm keeping the bottle, that's neat. And there's like, oh, I've got too many bottles, fucking put them in recycling and only keep the special ones. And then every now and then I get a special one and I think, oh, I'm going to keep that. And it's like, no, I've still got too many bottles. I'm going to have to get rid of it. So this is a cognac. This is a brandy that has some bourbon flavors in it, which is quite nice. Makes for a good Sazerac. So, saying South Africa's had an alcohol ban for lockdowns. Oh, man, alcohol bans are a great way to get civil unrest. Like people have said that when we had strict lockdowns in Australia, why were bottle shops still open? It's like, because no government wants to shut down the bottle shops, man. Fucking, there would be an insurrection. Oh, Megaleech. Well fucking done. Daniel Granule. Yes, that was our man on Twitch from Missouri. He's a nice guy. I liked him. Hope he comes back. But yes. If we could send a message to Twitch, hey, Twitch people, I'm just talking about booze. It's very lightweight. I could talk about politics, but I'm not really in the mood. But I could be swayed very easily. Frankie, it's interesting EU only allows sparkling wine to be called champagne is from a specific region in France. Yes. Yeah, Frank, I'm not sure if the US has signed up to the protected name stuff, because if the US didn't respect the EU's rule about naming, and the big ones, there's probably more than this, but the big ones in the EU are champagne, cognac, armagnac, and sherry. Those are the big ones in the EU. If America didn't respect that, then the EU might say, well, we're not going to respect what you say about bourbon. We're going to let people make whiskies and call them bourbon. So I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Megaleech, the voice of authority. Daniel was on the November 6th stream called Dark and Stormy Night. Jesus. Okay. Safa, what happened in the Solomon Islands? I feel like I don't know what you are specifically referencing to. But now I feel like, shall I show you the bottles I'm keeping? Like the one that I did earlier, this one which has my Woodson and Ford in it. You probably can't see, but there's embossing on the glass. This was Gospel whiskey, and it's the Gospel is embossed there, and on the side is embossed, distilled and bottled in Melbourne, Australia, which I kind of fucking like, so I kept that. And I did keep a few of these Starward ones I had that have like starbursts painted on the bottles. They're kind of neat. That's rum old fashioned. And there's a few up there, different shapes and what. Every now and then I get one like, ooh, that's a different shape. I like the shape of that. I'm going to keep that. There were riots in the Solomons. No, I missed that, man. I don't actually know what the riots in the Solomons were about. Actually, okay. Do I have any really special bottles? I'm just going to do it. I'm going to momentarily go over here, see if I have a particularly special bottle. Not sure if any of the others are worth showing off. Oh, there's a couple of the Starward ones with the starburst painted on them. And those are just some smaller ones, some 500ml bottles, in case I need them. I'm not going to bother. Not going to bother showing any of them. Not going to bother. Not going to bother. But I may keep that Martell Blue Swift one because it's got the bird on it and whatnot. It's kind of cool. Frankie, if the EU wouldn't be big on retaliating with naming rules, seem more interested in being precise, but they won't allow US products. No, there's no way any US product named champagne could be sold in the EU. But Australia complies with the rules. Like, I was really surprised. I didn't know that the EU had put a rule that said sherry had to come from Spain. Because, I grew up with my mum drinking sherry, Australian sherry, and now that's called Apera. There you go. And I think there's also rules about port. And so Australian products that used to be called Tawny Port are just called Tawny now. Yeah, it's wild. Oh, there's another one. There's Geneva, which is a Dutch thing. It's a precursor to gin. And yes, again, to comply with EU laws, to call something Geneva, it has to actually come from Holland. So I've got an Australian version of Geneva, and they're just being cheeky. They called it Jennifer, as in like the lady's name, which I think is kind of funny. Might even make I have plans. Where's my book? Where's my notebook? It's here. Okay. I'm half Tim Smith at the moment. I'm a little bit drunk, but only half Tim Smith. Certainly, I should not be driving because I'm not a piece of shit like Tim Smith. I had the Amsterdam cocktail, which is 45 mils Geneva, 22.5 mils Curacao, 22.5 mils orange juice, 2 dashes orange. I'm going to make that sometime in the next couple of weeks. And I'm going to use the Australian Jennifer because it's borderline fucking impossible to get Dutch Geneva here. Oh, yeah, Safa, the stuff about alcohol names is freaking amazing, quite honestly. And it is interesting to me. Okay, so Safa, 2 standard drinks the first hour to be 0.05. I think if I blew a breathalyzer now, I'd be about I think I'd be about point 0.1. I think I'd be about double the legal limit. So I'm not quite Tim Smith yet because he was like 0.15 or something. And I think that even that was bullshit. I think he was probably more drunk than that because he fucking crashed. Motherfucker was pissed. I reckon if I had a breathalyzer here, I reckon I'd be about 0.1, double the legal limit. And Robot Man Greg, my man, how are you? Good evening. Oh, dropping in at midnight. Well, 20 to midnight. What have you been up to, man? No, so he might have just been drinking wine or whatever, but the motherfucker was pissed. Any sort of responsible human would know they were pissed and should not have been to. Oh, wow. Shit, Greg, you've been at a doom metal gig. And again, at this point, Greg, feel free to put your fucking Instagram name there because Greg actually does some great photography of live gigs. I very much enjoy Greg's photos of live gigs on Instagram. By all means, put your Instagram name there, man. Doom metal gig sounds fucking Friday night doom metal gig. Hell yeah. Frank, it's interesting. Some people say lager ain't beer when it's actually a type of Pilsner. Doesn't comply with Pilsner rules. Yeah, well, I don't even know the rules around what are the different beer rules? There's Pilsners and lagers and ales, and I don't even I have no fucking idea what the naming rules around beers are because I don't drink beer. I don't like it. I don't like beer. Never have, never will. Not a beer drinker. But I am fucking absolutely getting pissed off this fucking martini. Oof. Okay, I do need to drink some more water over this because it's just coming up on midnight. And if I had another alcoholic beverage straight after this, I would not last much longer, quite honestly. So I think I'll have a couple more sips of this. Hyperstrike, buddy. You like the doof doof lights? It's fairy lights, man. It's party night. It's Friday night. It's party night. Hyperstrike is another old school YouTube pal. Yes, I've actually been solo all night, Greg. It's just for whatever reason. It's very rare for Friday night to not turn into Angry Bunch. But no, we haven't had Angry Bunch night for whatever reason. Yeah. So yeah, it's always fun when people pop into the chat and it's like, man, old school YouTube pal, yeah. Music Avon. Oh, how did the LARP go? Because we were talking last night about how it was a relief that tonight was neither super hot nor pissing down rain. So I'm hoping the LARP in your suit of armor went well. This is the thing, like having been on YouTube for like 16 fucking years, the weirdest shit can pop up. Like people can pop up and went, oh yeah, I watched you. And again, that is such a long time. Like 16 years is such a long time. And again, probably the bit that does my head in the most is when someone pops up and goes, oh yeah, I just had my 30th birthday, but I used to watch you when I was in high school. And it's like, oh my fucking God. What even is time? What even is time, for fuck's sake? It's just it's too much. It's too fucking much. And yeah, like all the people who, when I first interacted with them, were teenagers or in their 20s who are now in their 30s. It's fucking wild. Frankie, you reckon it's 11 years since you stumbled upon the racist biggest Nazi shut the fuck up video? Hyperstrike, you remember watching me ranting from the garage? Oh yeah, the paper printouts on the wall with the mental intro. That was before I even had a blue screen. I found this neat thing that said that let you print out individual A4 pages and make it like a giant jigsaw of a picture. I used to do that. That was fucking awesome. Greg, your original YouTube name had your birth date in it. Nice. Music Ava, your LARP was awesome, which is great. You played with a group based on the 100 Years French War, wore a cuirass for the first time on the field, big kite shield, skull cap, feathered beret, played trumpet, joined sheared wall. Fuck, man, that sounds like so much fun. That sounds like a great time. I'm so glad you had fun. That sounds fucking awesome. And your group won all but one round out of 9. Nice. Frankie, here's a thought that occurred to me today, and I'm going to throw this out to everyone. This thought occurred to me today. Like, a lot of my older YouTube videos were very long takes. Some of them were shorter cuts and whatnot, but I didn't fiddle around too much with the edit. This idea popped into my head today. What if I took some of my, because I've got all my original video footage on hard drives. I've got like 6 hard drives where I saved all my old video footage. This thought popped into my head just today. What if I re-edited some of my old rant videos, and I mean like from 15 fucking years ago? If I re-edited some of my most popular rant videos with kind of more modern editing, with like jump cuts and effects and shit. What does that sound? Does that sound like a good idea or a bad idea? Because I kind of thought it was a pretty good idea, but it just popped into my head today. But yeah. Safa's on board. Safa says yes. Yeah, I might do that. The idea just popped into my head today because I was thinking of Frank, you want to do it? Frank, I will fucking send you some raw footage. Okay, Frank, this is a legit thing. You tell me the video you would most like to re-edit, because Frank actually has some mad fucking skills with animation and shit. Frank, you tell me the video you would most like to re-edit, and I will try to dig out the raw footage of it, and I will I'll upload it to an FTP server. I'll upload it to G Drive or something, and send it to you, and let you re-edit it. Fuck, that would be even better than me re-editing it. Letting Frank do it. Fuck yes. Sorry, this suddenly sounds like a great idea. This suddenly sounds like a fucking great idea. Oh, Greg, that's another good one. Me and AZ doing a react to an old video, a popular old video, and just going like, what the fuck is happening here? Man, that's a fucking plan. That is a fucking plan. So I'm just remembering that's the ice you took the other day when it was really hot. Mrs. Angry is just tipping out an ice cream. Young Ms. Angry is tipping out an ice cream container of water, and she's now got a fridge ninja for something. Because it was like, we're doing a thing the other night. She's getting an ice cream container and filling it with ice. It's like, oh, you're putting that behind a fan because it's like really hot, and it's the evaporative cooling thing. So. All right, Frankie, dude, I'll fucking choose. Okay, dude, this is a fucking thing, man. Okay, I've got to find don't know where my old hard drives are. They're in a box somewhere. I'm going to find my old hard drives. I'm going to find some raw footage and I'm going to, dude, oh my God. Again, no rush, but okay, this is happening. This, motherfuckers, this is happening. This is absolutely happening. I'm going to find some raw footage of some fucking classic videos and I'm going to send it to Frank and, do some re-edits. Fuck yeah. This is gonna happen. This is gonna fucking happen. All right, cool. Greg, yeah, the angry offspring, dad's streaming. But I was helping young Ms. Angry today. She got some fucking hardware. She's got a double screen thing happening with arms. I think she's mostly gaming with her friends. I think she might be doing Twitch streaming and just not telling me. That would be hilarious to me because both my offspring do a lot of online gaming with their friends. It would be hilarious to me if they were actually Twitch streaming and they were more popular than me. That would be fucking cool. That would be awesome. And then it's like they're doing Twitch streams where they're really popular, and then I come on it begging, tell your fans about my YouTube, okay? It's coming on behind you. Tell your fans they should be on my YouTube. I think that would be fucking hilarious. I think that would be so fucking funny. I still remember, again, because my offspring are in their 20s now, but I was originally doing the streaming shit, the YouTube shit, when they were at fucking primary school. And I still remember young Mr. Angry telling me one day, and he's just like, oh my God, I had these guys at school today, and they were like, oh, I saw this wild video on the weekend. This guy called Angry Aussie, and he was just doing this shit. He was going off. It was fucking great. And I just rolled my eyes and went, yeah, that's my dad. Like, no, it's not. It's never your dad. And he's going, yeah, it's my dad. It was the funniest fucking thing. My kids at school getting their friends going like, oh, what's this video? This wild guy, Angry Aussie. And my kids going, yes, my fucking dad. And all their friends going, no, it's not your dad. No way. And they were just rolling their eyes going, no, it's my dad. It was so fucking funny. It was so... Yes, Mekalech, I'm going to ask my offspring's friends to get their followers to raid my stream. Trying desperately to get some relevance. Oh my God. So fucking funny. Oh, no, Frank, I would give you complete fucking editorial control because I would send you the raw footage, which had all the bloopers and all the shit. I would fucking give you complete editorial control to include bloopers and fucking whatever. Yes, Hyperstrike, totally fucked up Friday. Oh my God. Wanker Fat Wednesday and totally fucked up Friday. I'm just fucking... You see how short I tied the tie so Homer would appear above my face? That looks so stupid. That looks so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Yes, Heine, my offspring could stream at the same time I do. They're often online gaming at the same time I'm streaming. Ooh, Robot Man Greg, Max Headroom edit of Angry videos. Okay, Frankie, we're doing it. I'm gonna find some classic raw footage and get it to you. Fucking hell, man. Oh, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Weird fucking shit is gonna happen, is all I'm gonna say. So I think what I'll do, this is a thought I have. This will probably take a while. This will probably take a while for me and Frank to sort this shit out. I'm going to send him stuff. Frank's going to do some shit. When it's ready, I think what I will do, when shit is ready, I will upload it to YouTube and do it as a premiere. So I will be sort of there live for a premiere, and then just after the premiere, I'll do a live stream, like on a Friday night. Fucking hell, this is fun. This is fucking fun. Definitely going to do that. All right. I'll try, Frank. I'll try and get some shit together this weekend. I'll try and find the hard drives. They're in a box somewhere. I'll find them. I don't know where they are. I'll fucking find them. I'll find some real old school raw footage, and I'll upload it to like G Drive and send you a link. And yeah, like no rush. Again, anyone, I assume this shit's going to take weeks. This is going to take ages. But when it's ready, I'll do it. Oh, you feel like you've had a creative brain block, Frank? Well, I'm fucking happy to help, man. I think this will take a while, but when it's ready, I'll schedule it as a premiere on a Friday or Saturday night and do a live stream straight up. So I'll be there for a premiere, and then we'll do a live stream after. And I think that'll be fucking awesome. All right, so that's my job for the weekend. Find my hard drives, because I saved everything. I saved literally everything. So what I will do is I'll go and look back at my channel and I'll find the most viewed videos. I mean, I might even do that now. Okay, fucking what the fuck? All right. Angrazi, my channel. Videos. Sort by most popular. Okay, Crocodile Eat Shark. Oh, graphic sex education. I think that's like got 4 million views. I think I'll send you that one, Frank. So I have 4 million views. Yep, no, I'm fucking hell, man. I'm going to send you a bunch of shit, man. Oh, the stupid people one. The one where I was in front of the billboard that said something has brains but stupid has the balls, and I was very angry at the sign. Yeah, no, fucking hell. All right, this is something to look forward to in 2022, okay? I'm not going to put any pressure on Frank, but Frank wants to do this. I'm going to fucking dig some shit out. And let Frank do as he will with them, and we'll fucking take it from there. Oh man, this is gonna be fucking good. It's gonna be fucking good. This is gonna be fucking good. So I'm gonna give Frank a bunch of fucking raw, unedited video from, and what would be fun is if it's from like 10 or 15 years ago. Because Jesus, that's another person. That is an alien. Me 10 or 15 years ago is a fucking alien. It's not, it doesn't look anything like me now. Oh my god, this would be fucking wild. All right, I'm good. I'm so fucking sold on this. But yeah, 2022. Not gonna put any pressure on Frank. But sometime in 2022, re-edits of weird shit from my past. Dude, I'm just gonna send you a bunch of fucking raw video and you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Man, this is gonna be wild. I'll send you some shut the fuck ups as well. the really angry shut the fuck up ones. Oh, this is just gonna be so fucking weird. Oh, I fucking love it. This is just gonna be so fucking weird. It's just the best. We need this. We need this. The world is fucked. The world is fucked. We just need something absolutely out there and weird and over the top. Man, this is yeah, okay, Frank. I am just gonna Abigail's going, oh look, okay. Abigail, I've gone the whole time. It's fucking midnight. I've gone 4 hours with no angry bunch because so I'm just gonna put the link out now. And Abigail, you need to tell us about the world. What did you learn while you were out in the world? That is amazing. And also, fucking anyone who wants to grab those links, fucking grab it. Oh my gosh. Tonight's been a fucking wild night. Like, it's just been super good. It's been very good. And it's been very low stress. Greg's joining, fucking wicked, and Abigail as well. Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
So Greg's been to a doom metal gig.
Nice.
What have you been doing?
What's doom metal?
Yes, please, Greg, tell us.
It's very guttural. Sound. But then it's very typical guitar work. So it's quite interesting. Really, awesome drums as well.
I swing the other way. I prefer what's it called? Like orchestral kind of symphonic power metal.
Oh wow! Yep. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
And Hyperstrike saying he likes slow jams. So we've
stoner
got a
metal.
spectrum.
Yeah.
We've stoner metal. We've got a spectrum.
I'm very washed out. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I can do about that except for that.
That's okay.
So I went out to a friend's place, and hey, so anecdotally, I started an engineering degree, right?
Oh, wow.
I was at a low point in my career, and I thought time for a change. And I was deep in depression land, so I thought I'll go for a change, and so I signed up to do electronic engineering. And I did like a year and a half, and then in like the second half of the second year, we did a programming class, and I'm like, it wasn't even programming. It was VSDL, which is it's a language that describes circuits. So it's not it doesn't compile. It's not even an interpreted language because like all the code runs at the same time. So, but I did this one programming class, right, and it just reignited my love for programming, and so I switched to computer science to do a PhD. So because I just like I love programming. I've been doing it since I was like 5, I think. Very young. Anyway, anecdotally, that's how I feel about dudes.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Like that like it kind of nail in the head. Like I've dated women forever, right?
Yeah.
Have like one interest in a dude, and all it takes is just one woman to walk past me, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, now I remember. So that's how I felt about women and dudes. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So yeah.
Right.
Lesbian power. Yay.
Right.
But I'm home and I'm here and
Frankie's saying he's only just noticed your Starfleet communicator.
Oh.
Yes. Tattooed in the appropriate place. Yeah.
Yes. It is on my left side. It's my left. That's my left side where it should be, but because the image is mirrored here.
Yeah. I remember a friend of mine would always joke about where the Starfleet communicators were located. He just like, it's just on the nipple. Why didn't they just go? That was his Picard.
So Frankie the Skin's completely self-taught. Started at 11. Respect.
Yeah.
I taught myself. Oh, I'm getting an echo from someone.
Oh, it sounds okay to me. I'm not sure where.
Oh, okay. Weird.
I'll check mine.
Anyway, okay. I taught myself basic on. My parents bought me the developer's kit for an Atari 2600.
Oh wow!
Which was really cool, but I had no way of saving anything, so I had to rewrite everything.
Oh my god! You write like them every time.
Yeah, so the most complicated thing I wrote on that was a random number generator to generate Tetsuloto numbers for my dad at the time.
Hot damn.
Then they bought a Commodore 64, and I'm like, oh yeah, tape drive, and I taught myself how to basic on that. And I even I wrote a zine on how to do sprite and sound programming on because it's got like a lot of built-in stuff, the Commodore 64 for that. And I wrote a zine for it, and then when I started high school, they had a book on assembly code, which is like machine language for the Commodore 64. And I'm like, holy crap. And I just went gangbusters on assembler on 64. The thing is, I didn't because I'm like the dumbest smart person I've ever met. I didn't realize at the time that I should be a programmer.
Yeah.
I was into science, like chemistry and physics and biology and hard maths and everything. And programming was just a hobby. And sometimes I would crash the computer lab when my friends were in there and just start coding and like at a level higher than they were. And I didn't realize at the time. And so I went into chemistry and did a chemistry degree, and I hated it. And then I was talking to a friend saying, oh, geez, this is, I gotta think of something else. And he said, well, I'm starting a TAFE course on development and like an IT course. And I thought, oh, well, I'm good with computers. I'll give that a shot. And I ended up doing all of the first year's programming coursework in like the first 3 months, and spent like the next couple of months writing a game in Pascal. And then like my teacher was saying, you're good at this. You should make this a career. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could do this. And yeah. So funny story.
No, I love it. I wanted to go a different sort of nerdage because Greg lives in the CBD. Nettie lives in CBD. Abigail.
I live in Fitzroy.
Just in Fitzroy. I was thinking because Mrs. Angry, you probably missed this, Abigail. Mrs. Angry and I are having a little outing tomorrow. There's a couple of distilleries that are only half an hour away from our place, Tiny Bear and Lux Brew. And Mrs. Angry and I have been talking about doing the city ones. So I'm thinking, Greg, I don't know if you'd be into it, if you and Queenie would be into it. We're thinking of, we could do the inner city. We could do a day where we go like Starwood in South Melbourne, and then across to Patient Wolf, and then Little Lon in the city, and then move across to Fitzroy to places like oh god, but there's a couple of distilleries in Fitzroy basically. So we're thinking like we could just do a day trip where we could just do tastings at like 5 or 6 distilleries.
There used to be a moonshine place in South Melbourne, but I don't know if that's still there.
I'm not even sure. Kirsten's not here tonight. Kirsten kind of knows everyone. I kind of know Brogan's Way. That's the one I was trying to think of. That's over Abigail's Way.
So what time are you thinking? Because I've got something on in the morning tomorrow morning.
Oh no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow.
You said Saturday. You said Saturday. I heard Saturday, and
Saturday.
Saturday. Okay, well that's different.
Tomorrow, Mrs. Angry and I are going to a couple places that are on our side of the city. But I'm thinking we could do a thing one day where we start like South Melbourne, which is Starwood, and then Patient Wolf, and then Little Lon in the city, and then move over to Fitzroy, where like Brogan's Way and maybe the Rum Diaries. And there's also, I think there's at least another distillery or two. But I think we could plan this where we could do like an 8-hour trek across half a dozen distilleries in the central Melbourne
that's
area.
That's like the bougie version of a pub crawl, isn't it?
Oh, it's a real bougie version of a pub crawl.
Yeah.
Distillery crawl. Absolute distillery crawl.
Oh, Frankie's dropping some C++ in the printf is a C command.
No, Frankie both knows nerd shit, knows animation. I think you missed this, Abigail, just before you came on. We've come to a conclusion. Because I've saved everything I've ever done on YouTube onto external hard drives. I'm going to find some old classic shit and just send it to Frank and get him to do re-edits of it. And then he's going to send it back, and I'm going to re-upload. So there's going to be mad shit re-edits of old school.
I cannot wait.
That's the 2022 project. Mad old school re-edits. It's like
awesome.
I would like to see like a glitch, like a Max Headroom sort of like that's my request.
Yeah, okay, you got that, Frankie. That's the request to Max Headroom glitch stuff. And again, the door's wide open because Frank does animation and everything. It's like I'm just going to give him the raw footage and just go like, dude, carte blanche. You can do literally anything with this.
A remix.
A remix. I will upload whatever the fuck you do. Whatever you do, I will upload it. And it's like,
yeah. Hey, I haven't.
No. Angry. Have you had any of your videos turned into animation before? Or
Frank's done some animation of some of my stuff.
Yeah.
But I know a couple of animators that I've talked to about stuff, but I'm just like, oh, we'll take that in our stride. It's just like Frank's in the mood to do some shit, so I'm just going to give him some raw footage and he can do whatever he wants with it. Oh, Hyperstrike, that's an excellent idea. A modern rant, a new rant that just glitches into something from the past because shit just keeps repeating. The weird shit in the news definitely keeps repeating. Because I could say something about what's happening today that would match something that was happening 10 or 15 years ago. Definitely. Oh man, this sounds wild. I'm suddenly looking forward to 2022. It's just like, mad.
Kitten. Well, she's the little one. She's the big one, Kitten, whose name is Kitten. He's just so big now. You got to pick him up with two hands. Because if you try to pick him up with one hand, you feel like he's going to just slide out of your hand.
Yeah.
He's too big. Oh, here he is now. Hey, Kitten. Hey, do you want to say hello to everyone?
The rescue kitten that turns out to be 90% main.
Wow.
Yeah. Sorry about that. He's huge.
He is huge.
Wow, that's a kitten.
Oh, there you go. He's only 10 months old. He's mostly Maine Coon.
Yeah. I saw another one
ridiculous.
On the socials today, someone posting like, now and 12 months ago, it's like a kitten, and they've got their toddler holding a kitten, and they go, and 12 months later, and again, it was another one that turned out, it was like a rescue kitten that turned out to be 90% Maine Coon DNA. So it's like this 3-year-old holding a cat that's as big as them. It's only 1 year old, and it's fucking huge.
Yep. That's Maine Coons for you.
Yeah.
Did I tell you I discovered why they're called Maine Coons?
I think you did. Is it something about raccoons or?
That's it. So they thought that because they discovered these cats in Maine in the US, and they thought that someone was breeding cats with raccoons, so they called it a Maine Coon.
Yeah,
because it was so big and it just looked kind of raccoony. But turns out genetically it's impossible.
Yes,
they're a different species, and B, they're all cat. So, but someone brought over a cat and it just got swole.
Yeah, they remind me of a Russian wildcat that I think is called Pallas's cat, and when you see it, it looks like a cross between a house cat and an American bobcat. Like it looks like a cross between a house cat and man. And there's like David Attenborough or something had a thing. When they tried to hide cameras, there was this fucking hilarious bit of video where they've tried to hide a camera in a fake boulder outside of Pallas's cat. They form lairs in caves, and this cat, which just looks like an absurdly oversized house cat, comes out of this cave and looks up, and it instantly sees something's wrong. It's going like, that rock wasn't there before. And you see it come out of the cave, and it looks straight at the camera and go, something's wrong. That's fucked. And it walks to it, and then it disappears because of the terrain. And then this cat head just pops up right in front of the camera, like, what the fuck is going on here? And it's the funniest bit of video of this cat that just knows something's going on. And it's just like, the humans thought they were so clever, and the cat just instantly spotted, no, that's not right. That's not part of my... Hyperstrike. Yes, Plug a Mate's band. If they play in Melbourne, I think Greg is very into the live music scene.
I am, yeah.
I can go for it, man.
I'm a sucker.
Because, again, following Greg's Instagram, lots of great shots of live music. I'm going to momentarily go out of the room. This is only my third toilet break of the stream. But
third? What?
Okay, as long as you're not going to fall asleep on the couch.
No, I'm fine. I'm not that gone. Bong Coffin. Is that the name of the band? Because that is a fucking wicked name for a band. Bong Coffin. They're from Adelaide, but a mate's doom metal band from Adelaide called Bong Coffin. Nice. Do they have anything on YouTube? Now I instantly want to look up Bong Coffin on YouTube. Right, I'll be back in a minute.
They're on the Metal Archives.
There you go.
God, he's left us in charge of entertaining everyone.
Oh, no.
Oh God, what do I do?
Have you been to Carlton Gardens recently?
I went a week ago. I walked around.
They've got all the June, the June.
Stuff
up.
Yeah.
So I'm just like keen.
Cool. I may have found a copy for download, and I may have watched it already. But I really want to see it in IMAX because it's gonna be awesome. Some of the vistas, some of the scenes are just my lowly 32-inch 1440p monitor didn't do it justice. It's
like I saw I'll get this wrong. Blade Runner 47?
something. Yeah, the sequel.
I saw that at IMAX at Carlton Gardens, and that was amazing. And I've seen it in the smaller cinema, but IMAX for Blade Runner. That Blade Runner was incredible.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I went and saw Gravity in IMAX. The Sandra Bullock movie in
the space
Kessler syndrome. Yeah. And I saw it with I was dating someone, and it was a big polycule of people dating each other, and we all went together, and we all like took up a whole row. It was funny as, because I was with my partner, who was with her partner, who was with his partner, who was with her. Yeah, you know the drill. So we went and saw Gravity, and in IMAX, like the tenseness and was just real. Like when she's spinning out of control, you're like, oh shit, and that, like when she's I won't spoil it for a 10-year-old movie, but
5 or 10-year-old movie, for fuck's
it's
sake.
7 years old or something. Anyway, everyone came out of the movie like, I don't ever want to go to space ever, and I'm like, are you kidding? I want to go to space more now. That shit was awesome. Also, you can't just, as an astronaut in an EVA, can't just skip from like space station to Hubble to space station to another space. You just can't, because they're on different they're in different orbits and different elliptic planes, and it's just
Hang on. Did you give a spoiler? Is that a spoiler?
No, it's just I'm dropping. I'm dissing the science of the movie because it was just completely nonsensical. If you know anything about how orbits work, it was just completely nonsensical. And I was like sitting there the whole time. Hang on, what? She would like it when she went from Hubble to the ISS. She would have been going the wrong direction. Like they would have intersected like that. And it would have whizzed past her at like 1,000 kilometers per hour. So
and they were like, their orbits were hundreds of miles apart.
Yeah. So, and then from the ISS to the Chinese space station, you just can't do it. More and the name of the movie, Gravity, a more accurate name would have been Angular Momentum. I think
Neil deGrasse Tyson said, which I thought was fucking hilarious, because gravity played no role in it. And Raptor Shadow, hello.
Well, they are in full Earth gravity. It's just that they're falling at the same rate as they're you know how they're in free fall. So
in terms of the plot, angular momentum was the thing.
Is much more appropriate, not gravity. Yeah.
And it's because there's a running joke that Neil deGrasse Tyson would be a drag to go and see movies with because he criticizes the science. And that was the funniest thing he said about that movie, that like a more accurate name would have been Angular Momentum.
Angular Momentum. Yep.
Which is also kind of a cool name for a movie, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Angular Momentum.
He's never ruined any science for me, any movies for me.
Yeah.
Like I find more enjoyment out of like fact checking everything and being pleasantly surprised when a movie gets the science right.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I get out of movies.
Sorry, also Raptor Shadow just randomly saying, "Wish you could have seen June in IMAX." We still intend. We were going to do it at some point. We're going to
let's just book the tickets and do it. Like, there's nothing stopping us.
Do it. Greg, do you and Queenie want to join us? We're going to go to IMAX to see June.
Yeah, I would go, but I can't go. You want to do like some weird 4 o'clock
No. Apparently, Nettie wants to do like Friday or Saturday night or something. So like,
Well, I don't want the crowds suck. The crowds
they
are
do.
awful. So we got to pick a time that everyone's at work, which unfortunately means that most of my friends won't be able to see because they'll be at work.
I can be flexible. What is that you're eating? It's an apple pie. Okay, cool.
Is that a Macca's apple pie?
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Hyperstrike doing the other thing. Movies get science right. Yeah, you want to get nuts with the IT when movies do IT really bad, and which is really common for movies to get IT very wrong. Hacking is always hilarious in movies because it never has any reality. God, the fridge I don't know if you can hear it. The fridge just started singing the song of its people. But
when Trinity in the second Matrix movie hacks into the power station, that's the most realistic I've ever seen hacking. Even though that wasn't real, like it wouldn't have worked. But some of the commands she used were like actual commands. So
yeah,
I want sushi recipes.
Because
the scroll is sushi recipes, isn't it?
I don't know.
Was she just typing in sushi recipes?
No. What, at the power station?
No, it was like I just because the code of the Matrix is all sushi recipes. I thought she might have been, typing in sushi recipes.
Is it really?
Yeah, the scroll. The
I do. Yes.
Characters. Yeah. Zaf is just saying when he went to see Infinity War for a movie that finished at 12:30, there were little kids in the row behind him. But again, you get weird shit. Like I remember when White Knight was on a few years ago in Melbourne all night, and I did all-nighters with AIDSy, like staying up to like 6 a.m. And we'd be in the wee hours of the morning, and there'd be people going around with their under 10-year-old kids at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and we were like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is that about? The Raptor Shadow reckons Matrix hacking gets a pass because you can download the whole help file directly into your brain.
Yeah.
Sticking the chip in the back of your head. I know Kung Fu. And it's like,
Hyperstrike, you go to PAX. Awesome.
Yeah, Hyperstrike's a gaming dude. You're drunk at PAX.
I'm an enforcer at PAX. So
Ooh,
I'm in a yellow shirt helping people.
No. I've been a bit inebriated at various conventions. Yeah, I dodged a bullet a couple of years ago at VidCon, where I was getting a bit drunk during the day, and I was thinking of going out with people afterwards to get really drunk, and something in my head just went, "Oh no, I don't really want to do it. It's all fucked. I'm just gonna go home." And I went home, which was the biggest stroke of luck, because some fucker at VidCon gave me stomach flu, like swine flu. There was a variant of swine flu. And I got home, and I was slightly drunk, and I went to bed. And then I woke up a bit later and like, something's wrong. And I'm going into the toilet, and I had grabbed a bucket, and it was shooting out both ends. And it was
no.
I had like 6 hours of the most fucked experience of my life. And then I think everything was out of my body. And then I had 6 hours of thinking I was going to die, but depressed that I hadn't died. And
Yeah. You're
then about
reminding me of my trip to Tasmania.
yeah, and then like
Mhm.
36 hours recovery. But I just remember thinking, oh my fucking God, if I'd have gone out with those people and got drunk and then this shit kicked, I would have literally, I would have ended up in hospital because I would have been lying on a footpath somewhere, shitting and vomiting uncontrollably. And everyone was just going to be, well, this guy's dying. We better call an ambulance.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know,
Yeah.
something in my head just went, no, go home. And it was, I dodged the biggest bullet because
Nice.
having that stomach flu and being drunk would have been
Oof.
terrible, would have been
Brutal.
so bad. Oh my God. It was bad
Yeah.
enough as it was. But there's no question I would have ended up in hospital because I absolutely would have ended up lying on a footpath somewhere, shitting myself and vomiting.
and vomiting.
And
Yeah, that's
everyone would have just
at
gone,
least
no.
at least when I was in Hobart, at least I had a hotel room.
Yeah.
My partner and I were both the same. I don't know if you've heard this story, Greg. I went to a conference with my partner in Hobart, and a student conference when I was in uni, and we it was on like Monday to Friday, and we thought, oh, we'll like go an extra couple of days at the front and the end, just to like enjoy Hobart. And so we went to the Salamanca market, and there was a which is a big deal, like it's a huge market, but open air market in Hobart. And we went to this vegetarian hamburger place and thought, oh yeah, let's do that because we were both vegetarian. Vegetarian. So we sat down and we started eating, and oh yeah, this is really nice. And then like my partner turns around and is looking at the person making the serving the food and everything, and she was handling money as with the same hands as she was making the food, and we're both like, uh-oh. And it started the next day.
Oh no.
Yeah, stuff coming out both ends. We were both just so crook for like 3 days, just like had to just stay in the hotel. And this was the second hotel, because the first one we had booked had bed bugs. So
Oof.
we're like, holy fuck, there are bed bugs here. Let's GTFO. And we found another, they gave us a refund. So we went to another hotel. And so like after the bed bug experience, then we had the food poisoning experience. Oof. And yeah.
Because cash money is filthy, and that is the rule. People who work in food handling, they're meant to do one hand touches food, one hand touches money, because money's fucking filthy.
Money's filthy.
Quitter on Twitch. Hello, nice gorilla.
So yeah,
I like it.
So shout out to the vegetarian hamburger place in Salamanca Market. I hope you got fined for that. Like that was awful. That was like 3-4 days of diarrhea and vomiting, sometimes at the same time, sometimes before you can get to the bathroom. It was awful. Luckily by the second, I was good for like day 4 and 5 of the conference, and then we had the weekend and we just had a nice time after that, but steered clear of the market.
No,
yes, we did report them, but like we reported them to the people who run the market. And I think we should have actually like reported them to the state government because
to Interpol,
that was fucked. That was a hate crime, to the Hague. That was a war crime. It was a hate crime against my colon,
Absolutely.
my
Absolutely.
butthole. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh,
fuck that. And
yeah.
yeah.
Also, Frankie, yeah, I use a thing called StreamYard that lets me restream. So I stream to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch simultaneously. So and
Oh,
because 99% of the people who watch are on YouTube, I tend to identify when I'm talking to someone who's on Twitch or Facebook. And Quitter just popped up on Twitch. So I said hi.
cool. Hyperstrike, PAX 2020 and then 2021, both years cancelled. I don't know anyone who's not like super sad about that. But like next year we're going to be back with a vengeance, and it's going to be fucking rad. Please come for PAX next year. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, something to look forward to. 2022, Jesus, aren't we pinning a lot of our hopes on 2022?
I know. Like, ever since the clusterfuck that was 2018, I've just been dreading the next year. Like,
Yeah.
that was like sorry?
What happened 2018?
Fucking everyone died. Weren't you there? So many celebrities died.
I forget. Yes, now you've reminded
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Now, I remember a bunch of high-profile deaths, but
yeah.
I've totally fucking forgotten. Totally forgotten.
Harambe.
Yep. No.
Bowie. Fucking
Bowie passed away that year.
Harambe, Bowie, and then everyone. Nah.
Harambe, Bowie, and everyone else. Yeah.
Yeah. You know when Bowie was recording Dark Star, his final album, he knew that he knew he was going to die, basically. And so when you listen to some of the songs with that context, damn, it's dark.
It's a pretty
he knew
good
he
album.
was. It's great. It's amazing. Some of the imagery in the film clips is just like mind blowing. But I didn't realize the first time I heard it because I didn't know he was dying. But he did.
Yeah, he did. He also
he
chose the date of his going out.
Did he?
Yeah. It was he waited till the album was out and the reviews were in, which were positive, and then it's like he died. That was again, no one involved can acknowledge it because it's a crime to have been in a thing with an assisted suicide. But it's absolutely what happened because he just waited for the reviews to come in, and then with friends he departed. What was the fun thing? The Black Star vinyl things. The cover was photosensitive, so if you bought if you bought the vinyl, it actually changed color if it got exposed to sunlight. The dyes that colored the album were photosensitive, which again that was a last thing people didn't realize till months later. The vinyl cover was photosensitive. Yes, Raptor Shadow Lazarus from Black Star. And the video.
Yes.
Oof. Yes.
Yep.
But yeah, that was the best Bowie done for a while. But again, his previous couple albums, the 90s and to an extent the noughties were a bit of a dead zone for Bowie. The teens he came back. It's kind of like he hit his commercial high point in the 80s and then it all fucking dived. But he came back certainly in the teens. But I still remember, my misspent youth in the 90s, going out with my housemates in shared household, and I'm not about to admit to criminal behavior of imbibing hallucinogens, but we got home.
Martinis.
Yeah, we got home at like 2 to 3 a.m. and Rage is on, and it was
Oh,
it was
fucking
a
rage.
it was a Bowie night. But it's kind of like if you ever got home anywhere between 2 and 4 a.m. and put Rage on, and you go, "Oh my god, they're catering for me specifically."
Yep.
The videos they're
Fuck yeah.
playing. The videos they're playing are for people who have been out all night. Anyway, so I came
Yep.
home this night and it was a Bowie night all the way through to 6 a.m. And it was,
Fuck.
even though the songs weren't hits, the videos are trippy as hell. But then they did this stuff. He did a stage show, Bertolt Brecht's Bale. Oh my god, it was good. And
Cool.
that's an unacknowledged bit of Bowie genius from the early 90s. He did
Yeah.
a version of Bertolt Brecht's Bale, and it's fucking amazing. It's really good. Again, it possibly felt better to me at that point at like 2 or 3 a.m. And again, there was definitely no hallucinogens in my system at that point. But I was in a state where I could not sleep for several hours, and I was just mesmerized on the lounge by the moving images that were on the TV screen. And there was this hilarious thing. I was in a shared house at the time, and there was one guy who was an insomniac, and he I don't know, he kind of knew I was downstairs because I had the TV on. It wasn't loud, but I had the TV on, and he was an insomniac, and he heard someone's downstairs, so I don't have to be by myself. And he looked, and he said the position I was slumped on the lounge was just like, oh yeah, this is going to be funny. This is going to be funny. So he just came to amuse me because I was fine.
I miss Rage. Rage is still on.
Oh yeah,
They still show it.
And they still use the same graphics from the 80s, which I
Yep.
love.
The last time I watched it, the Wiggles were the OG Wiggles were doing, and this is only a couple of months ago.
Yeah, they were guest hosts.
The OG Wiggles were doing it. Yeah. But I just took my migraine meds, because I'm starting to really feel it now. So in about an hour, I'm going to collapse. Just saying. That's how long they take to.
Okay.
It's how long they take to kick in. It's awful.
It's almost 1 a.m. If you kick on in an hour, then I shall also.
Yep.
There will be 2 a.m. at that point. I'll be fucking going as well.
Sure.
Raptor Shadow. I'm Afraid of Americans is a banger.
That's a great song. Yeah.
And the mix Trent Reznor did, yes. Oh my god, we could get into a whole different thing with Trent fucking Reznor, quite honestly. One of my friends on posted a series of screenshots. I think it was on Facebook, but it was like Trent Reznor from, I think it was the 90s, and Trent Reznor coming on stage like, yeah, are you ready to have a good time and go wild? And the crowd goes, yeah. And he goes, right, wrong fucking band. That was the last guy. And then he just starts with some fucked up 9 Inch Nails stuff. And it's like, I am quite a fan of Trent Reznor, quite honestly. I love, even like Trent Reznor is the ultimate Gen X as far as I'm concerned. Like, even like when you watched the movie Seven, the Brad Pitt serial killer movie Seven, when you go into the cinema and you're watching the opening credits and they're all fucked up and jagged, and something in your head's going, I recognize this. If you're Gen X, you go, something in your head's going, I recognize this. What is this? And it's all this weird, broken up visuals of the diary of the serial killer, and it goes on with all the names going, and then it finishes, and then it's just Trent Reznor's distorted voice go, you bring me closer to God. You know,
yeah.
No, it was a remix.
Yeah.
Of Closer. Okay, cool. And it's just like, okay, that's the movie I'm watching. The movie I'm watching is the opening credits are a remix of a song about fucking animals. Okay, cool. Okay,
Yeah.
and it's like this movie's gonna be something fucking out there. And it's just like, and it was way out there.
Yeah, it was a good movie,
Alright, I gotta
and
go.
I love it.
Oh.
Sorry, Greg, what?
Long and prosper.
I gotta go.
All right, bro, we're gonna do a bar crawl one night. Greg, also, Abigail, Greg knows all
Yeah.
the fucking secret bars in the city. Greg has always
Nice.
known all this
Yeah.
because Greg's been living in the CBD for such a long time.
Yeah.
Greg's been my contact for secret hidden bars in the city. You know, again, for people who don't know Melbourne, we again there's a bunch of there's pubs, there's bars, and they're great, and then there's shit where you have to go down a side street and then down another side street. And
Oh,
then
you're talking
there's an
about Croft, the Croft
Yeah.
Institute. Yeah.
and then there's an unmarked door, and you have to go up some rickety fucking stairs, and there's a bar there.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yep.
Laura's here, I think.
Laura.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hello. Oh, I'm actually like starting to get really headachy, and
No,
because
if
I've
you
had
have
a
to-
had a pretty
you-
crazy night. So
You've
Exciting
already
stream,
been
huh?
out. If you
Sorry?
have to, if you have to chill, it's good.
Exciting stream, huh?
oh no,
had
no,
a good
I
stream.
just got here at midnight. Like I've been out.
Ah,
Yeah.
That's why I'm not so dolled up. You see,
Yeah,
like
Abigail's actually been doing stuff.
yeah, yeah, it got pretty wild.
I've never noticed that Star Trek tattoo before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're the second person to comment on. I just noticed the communicator tattoo.
Yeah,
Frank
it's a few years
King.
old now. It's yeah,
I like
TNG style combi.
and Grimlock on my arm.
Oh, that's
nice.
okay. That's cool.
That is nice.
So this is Voyager style combat.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I remember at PAX I was talking to the fine folks from Loading Ready Run,
Yeah.
who are massive nerds in their own right.
Yes.
They're from Canada. They're like a Canadian comedy troupe that do a lot of streaming and stuff. But yeah, I was like, I had an actual pin badge on on my lanyard, and they were, oh, nice communicator pin, and I just went, check that out, and they were like, oh, that's so cool. And then I said, yeah, I've got a Grimlock tattoo on my arm as well, and they're like, oh my god. Oh no, he said, oh, what? Like that, like, and then I showed him, and it was just like nerd cred. Yeah. And I've got I don't know if you'll recognize it, but oh, come on. I'm surprised Angry doesn't recognize that.
It's I don't know. It's just like a.
Is it an Oreo cookie?
Oh, hang on. All my tattoos, I'm just going to do this. All my tattoos are nerd references.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I don't recognize that one.
It's old school, but it's from Doctor Who.
It's the seal of Rassilon.
It's the seal of Rassilon. Yeah.
Fucking hell. Fucking Hyperstrike picked it. Yeah.
Yeah, Hyperstrike. Good. Look, there's been only I've had this for ages, like over 10 years, like 12 plus years. A second tattoo I ever got, because I've got one on my back as well, which I can't really show because then it's not that kind of stream. I just broke Angry. Woohoo!
You did. You absolutely did. You absolutely did.
I forgot where I was going, but oh yeah, only now 3 because Hyperstroke got it. 3
Mm.
people in my entire life have just looked at it and said, "I know what that is," and nailed it. 3.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
well
yeah,
done.
and Raptor Shadow is saying Hyper's an absolute who nerd.
Whovian, awesome.
What city are you in? Because you're saying you're joking about Victorians not being allowed out, so you're obviously not here. And I forgot.
Yeah.
Again, Hyperstrike's like old school YouTube. I don't fucking
Nice,
even...
because this is from the 80s. This is from the Tom Baker era when they used that symbol when he was the president of Gallifrey.
Yes, there was almost
and
a joke
that was my era when I started watching. So
there was a joke about the X of Rassilon, and I think it was actually Peter Davison's Doctor who actually made a joke, which was virtually about, like, you know, why isn't there an underpants of Rassilon in this point? Because there's always an X. Oh, Hyperstrike,
Yes.
South Australian. Okay, nice.
Cool.
And dude, sometime if we continue to move in a positive direction in terms of COVID and variants and nasty shit, I absolutely want to go to South Australia in 2022, mainly to go to some of the distilleries I like there. But brother, if you're fucking up for it, we could definitely catch up and a South Australian visit. You grew up watching recorded VHS of Tom Baker when you stayed at your nan's, which you're gonna. I saw there was a thing. I saw it on YouTube just today or yesterday, because besides the TV stuff, there's a lot of audio dramas about Doctor Who that's been done, and there's some unit stuff that's coming up, and there's a trailer that went on.
Yeah,
and it was very interesting.
Have you been watching? What's it called? The latest.
Yeah, I've been
episodes?
watching the new Doctor Who's. Yes, I've been really enjoying it.
What's it called? Flux or something?
Flux, yes.
Yeah. I've been enjoying it.
The final episode is coming this weekend. Yeah.
Ooh.
It's always
Yeah,
a shame
and
it's a shame they only make like 6 of them in a series.
Yeah.
I know. And then you have to wait another year for another 6. It's
because the BBC has found it, while the BBC makes a lot of money from Doctor Who, they also find it very expensive to produce Doctor Who, which is why
they do have high production values.
Yeah. From next year is Hyperstrike. You're not a huge fan of Chibnall. That's okay. No, Jodie Whittaker is definitely, she's finishing as the Doctor, and Chibnall's going, and production is being handed over to what's his face? I've forgotten.
Oh yeah. I forgot as well.
The guy who
not
was the
Davies.
No, not Davies.
Not Davies. He can fuck off too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so there's an independent production.
It's not Russell T. It might be Russell T. Davies.
No, it's Russell T. Davies.
It's Russell T. Davies. Who am I thinking of then? Who did
the guy between
Russell
Davies and Chibnall?
Yeah.
The guy between Davies and Chibnall.
Yes. Yeah, because if it's Russell T. Davies, he did the 9th Doctor for 1 year, and then David Moffat. Thank you, Moffat.
Yes, thank you. Hyperstrike. Yes. See, we're all fucking Doctor Who nerding out here.
Thank you. Because David Tennant and Christopher Eccleston, they were so good, and the story writing was just on point. And then, I mean, I did like, what's his face?
Matt Smith.
I liked it. I liked his take.
Matt Smith. I love that Matt Smith could flip between the childlike innocence and wonder and the I am going to fuck shit up.
But the writing was just average.
Yeah.
And fucking Capaldi's my favorite so far.
Oh, I fucking love Capaldi.
Forever. Out of every single Doctor, including old school, Capaldi has just been my absolute favorite.
That thing in Capaldi's first episode where he's met in the cafe with Clara, and they've both answered an ad in the personals, and they both think the other has put it, and they're both basically saying, "You're fucked up. I'm just and you find out later it was Missy who put the thing in there that made them both meet up there. And it was just like you've got Clara and the doctor saying shit, and Clara thinks the doctor is reinforcing what she's saying, and the doctor thinks Clara is reinforcing what he's saying, and it was fucking hilarious.
It's great.
It was beautiful. It was absolutely magical.
And again, the Sonic sunglasses was a bit much, but I liked his take on the Rock Doctor. Crashing a medieval play
with electric guitar,
wielding a guitar on a tank. That's just baller. That's just I love it.
And it's like Matt Smith did shit because Matt Smith was actually very good at playing soccer. So he had his doctor play soccer. Pete Capaldi could actually do guitar, heavy metal guitar.
He was in a punk band with Craig Ferguson.
Yes. And
which is cool. And also Capaldi, when he was like 9 or something, was in a Doctor Who fan club and wrote a fucking letter to the BBC. Just nerding out about at 9. He brought so much passion to the role.
I know, and he was great. Hyperstrike. That line when he's when the Doctor and Clara are together, and the Doctor refers to her and goes, "She's my," and Clara answers, "Kara." She thinks she's being and the Doctor goes, "Yes, so I don't have to." She cares, so I don't have to.
The flashcards. Like how do I react here? Flashcards.
The reaction with the Capaldi Doctor and Clara was just fucking gold.
I quite wanted to Christopher Eccleston. I enjoyed his.
He was great. Great.
And he does audio dramas now. That's the other thing.
Oh, nice.
He does great audio dramas. And Chris Eccleston is doing some audio drama. There's also some unit audio dramas. I saw a trailer for it on YouTube the other day. And it centers around Kate Stewart as the thing, but then it's like Tom Baker's in this stuff as the curator. And the trailer was great when she's going through who all the people are, and she goes, "Oh, the curator. His file's not meant to be open. What's that about? That's a secret." And then it's like shows a picture of Tom Baker, and it's like, "Ooh, okay, that's fun." And someone's playing Harry from the Tom Baker era, the companion. Christ. Okay. Ian Marter played him because Ian Marter.
I don't remember a lot of because he was on it for so long. He was the Doctor for like
7 years.
Tom
Baker.
Seven was it?
Tom Baker was the Doctor for 7 years. Most people are only the Doctor for 3 or 4 years. Tom Baker was the Doctor.
I could have sworn it was longer, but I'm sure you're right.
My favorite Doctor is
Hyper's asking who our favorite modern master is. Fucking Missy, man.
Missy,
I didn't hate John Sims, but I didn't love John Sims. Missy fucking rocked. Missy was so fucking good.
I think Missy and then John Sim like just a hair underneath. I thought he was rocking as the master.
The one where Missy and John Sim were in the same one.
Yes,
hell,
the chemistry.
That was fucking amazing. That was fucking amazing. But without a doubt, I loved old school. The original master, I fucking loved him, and then Anthony Ainley in the 80s doing a version of him. So, But Missy fucking rocked. Missy was so good.
Yeah. Hey, you're right. You're right. 7 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tom Baker was the Doctor Who. I suppose when I first started watching Doctor Who, John Pertwee was still the Doctor, but the one in my formative years was absolutely Tom Baker. And being an Australian, I think it was kind of different. Everyone else in the world, the ABC just endlessly repeated Doctor Who, and in my youth, the Tom Baker Doctor Who just got repeated non-stop.
When I was young, like the first Doctor Who that I saw was Tom Baker because it was the new episodes, but then constantly repeating Pertwee, sometimes the black and white ones, but not very often.
Yeah, but mostly Pertwee.
Mostly Pertwee, and then when what's his name? Peter Davidson. For his run, they started doing repeats of Tom Baker.
My favorite one was
Sean Pertwee, John Pertwee's son. Sean Pertwee could absolutely play the Doctor. I would fucking give
that
my meager bank account. I would give over to the BBC to have Sean Pertwee play the Doctor.
Yeah, I like how David Tennant married Peter Davidson's daughter, and then
that's weird and fucked up.
She played the Doctor's daughter in an episode.
She played the clone daughter of
yes.
Oh my god, that's both not weird and also super fucking weird.
Yeah,
my favorite normal humans.
Oh, and the dude from Harry Potter doing what was it? William Hartnell? Hartnell.
Oh yes. The guy from the Harry
he
Potter
nailed
film.
it. He was really good.
He's great.
Yeah,
he's great. And so he both played the first Doctor in Doctor Who and in that documentary.
Of the
making of Doctor Who.
Yeah. What was it called?
I forget. I forget.
I forget too. I watched it once and I thought, geez, I love this. I love this shit.
And also,
and
I highlights Doctor Who owes so much to two women. It was the producer who, because the Doctor Who would have fucking died if it wasn't for this producer who pushed really hard for it to keep going. And one of the people in the BBC radiophonic workshop who were responsible for the themes and the sound effects and shit, one of the main people was also a woman, which again, for the 60s in the BBC was kind of rare. But Doctor Who owes its existence to women who are fucking trailblazers.
It's the same with Star Trek. Star Trek owes its existence to Lucille Ball of all people, and fanfic writers who were women as well.
And again, for anyone
so much slash fiction.
For anyone who knows the term slash fic, that actually belongs to women in the 70s at fan cons who are writing fiction that was Kirk/Spock. It was basically gay fanfic of Kirk and Spock getting it on. And it was written by women, and it kept the Star Trek fandom alive. So everyone now refers to slash fic without really knowing what it is. But the origin of slash fic was gay fanfic about Spock and Kirk getting it on, written by women. And
also, Hyperstrike's opinion is dead on. Like it's cringy to watch. Colin Baker brought that same passion
Yeah.
It was just during an era when like people didn't really go for that.
No, the
and his
producer was a
outfit,
fucking piece of shit. The producer of Doctor
Yeah.
Who at that point was a piece of fucking shit.
Who was it?
I've forgotten his name, but he started to fuck up Tom Baker towards the end of Tom Baker's thing, and then he
Well,
was
we're talking, and then Peter Davidson, then Colin Baker,
Yeah.
because Peter Davidson was only the Doctor for like 2 or 3 years.
No,
It was
3 years. 3 years. He was
Okay.
3 years.
I really
And then
liked
Colin-
him as
Oh
the
my
Doctor.
God, Raptor! Thank you for fuck's sake. Raptor remembering Delia Derbyshire did the music in the BBF. Fucking hell! I
Yeah.
fucking love this
Nice.
fucking chat. You fucking nerds! I fucking love you. I fucking love you. And yes,
Yep.
Hyperstrike. John Nathan Turner was the
Oh, yes.
fucking cunt.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
Oh, who was
I
the
really-
dude who played
Baker.
Radagast the Brown?
Yeah,
Who
no.
played the last of the old series Doctors? What's his
I really
name?
liked Sylvester McCoy as the Doctor. I thought
No,
he was
Sylvester
McCoy's
McCoy. Yes,
good.
he was awesome.
McCoy's fine.
yeah.
And
And you know
fucking
what?
Ace. I fucking like that's like Ace as a companion. That's when I started like realizing that I'm into women. Like fucking Ace. Just like come on, Ace was awesome.
Yeah.
She destroyed a Dalek with a baseball bat. It was so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, yes,
there's
it
an
was
amusing-
powered up, but yeah. Anyway,
There's an amusing thing in comics where, so for the Transformers comics, you had the US comic, which was monthly, and you had the UK comic, which was weekly.
Yep.
And so what they would do is they do like 3 or 4 American stories and then do a crap ton of British ones in between. Actually, on a sort of slight tangent, one of the things that was different about the UK comic is Grimlock and the Dinobots were like the SAS specialists, like, right, boss, kind of thing, you know.
Yep.
Rather than me, Grimlock, say, you know, that's just I hate it.
Yeah. There was a storyline with Grimlock that showed his intelligence despite the way he spoke. And it was just before issue 100. It was a lead up. It was a B plot, but just before like Unicron. I've actually got most of them, like the comics, not the British ones, the US ones.
I remember
remember
the British ones as well. I collected them. In fact, do you know?
Yeah.
There's one thing that my dad did that really, really, really upset me, even to this day. I went to boarding school, and I came home 2 weeks later, and my dad had thrown out all my comics.
Oh,
Like 3, 4 years.
Yeah.
Worth. It was like,
Yep.
I couldn't believe it.
I collected them when I was young, and I went to every month. I went to the newsagent to buy the latest Transformers and collected them. And my first girlfriend, she had a gambling addiction and sold them, and I was shattered, just absolutely shattered, because she got a shit price for them as well. And so I've had to recollect them, but I love that Max Headroom.
Yeah, that's from Frank. I'm just Frank's.
Now,
Frank's,
Nice.
I just need to double check here. The Max Headroom thing, is that because you've got a maximum sized head?
I have a stupidly large head. Frank,
Yes.
that is very cool. So yeah, everyone look forward to 2022. Frank is going to do some remixes of old school.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was saying about the comics. So you had Marvel UK and Marvel US, and Marvel UK did loads of weird comics. So they did things like Care Bears, and they did Doctor Who and other stuff. And one of the characters in one of the Transformers ones was Death's Head. And Death's Head was a big mechanoid, and he was a freelance peacekeeping agent, otherwise known as a bounty hunter. But in order to keep the copyright to the guy who wrote it and wrote most of the British stuff. They had to have it in a separate strip to sort of introduce them. And when they had when Death's Head had his own sort of 10-issue print, in American style sized comic, he met with the Doctor, and
Cool.
he met with Iron Man and the Fantastic Four. So
Yeah.
you can use Doctor Who to bridge Transformers and G.I. Joe as well, because that was also included, because there was the UK version of that. And the Doctor.
Oh yeah,
well.
there was a big Transformers G.I. Joe crossover. There was also an issue with Spider-Man in it.
Yeah, early on,
well,
very early on.
Very early on, yeah.
Yeah.
And there, I mean, recently they've done a Star Trek crossover with Doctor Who, which I bought. But I was at a Comic-Con a few years ago now, and I managed to find issue 1 of the US Transformers, and they were only selling it for like $20, and I'm like, I have no idea how much this is actually worth. It's not worth a lot, but like it's a lot more than $20 though.
I discovered that one of my Aspie talents is not to go like wide-eyed with, oh my god, this is a great deal, because I bought a Jetfire in the box for 15 quid.
Nice.
Nice. I mean, the only thing that's wrong with it is, you know, they had like the box and then they had the flap at the top that has been folded up. But other than that,
oh, okay, yeah, that was always the first thing to go.
Yeah, other than that, it's mint condition.
Wow, I'm jelly. I am so jelly.
Yeah. But going back to Doctor Who, what's your favorite bad guy? For me, it's Eric Pickles.
What's Eric Pickles?
I'm sharing a picture.
All right, sharing a picture. I've got to add that. Oh, he was
yeah, he's an MP.
Yep.
Or was an MP.
Yeah, we had an equivalent here with Peter Dutton a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
There was a meme that said, there was a picture of Peter Dutton and Strax, and it said, one of these is a bigoted, obnoxious alien who has a problem with gender identity. The other is Strax. And, you know, Strax used to always say to Clara, call Clara boy.
Yeah. That's cool. I don't know if I have the energy to do this right now, but I should go grab some of my really old Transformers comics.
If you're in the mood,
and show them off on screen. I can't. I've got my headache's just getting.
That's okay.
Worse,
that's okay.
So,
just fucking chill.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, I think we're past 1 a.m. At this point, we're going for as long as we can survive, and then it's like it's done.
Yeah,
it's done.
I'm doing an open day at the Fitzroy Learning Network, or whatever it's called, the neighborhood house here.
Oh wow, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're showcasing our knitting and crochet group. They're called the Castaways.
Okay,
nice,
which is a pun. Yeah, and I'll be just sitting there crocheting. Just
I've got another picture for you, which is an Australian one.
But it's a 10. It's a 10. So, like, I'm gonna go to sleep soon.
You're putting the end to go.
Yeah. Yes. I think I remember that one. God, even his face looks evil. Like, he's such a cunt.
He is just
that
inbred privilege bullshit. It's just like
yeah.
The same is true of Priti Patel, our current Home Secretary.
For fucking real.
She looks
fucking real.
evil all of the time, and even when
Yeah.
she's smiling, it's like she's got a look in her eye that says, "I know the people could have you killed."
Yep.
Yep. No, she's the worst. And yeah, Pine dipped out of politics quite a few years ago, but
Yeah.
he was weird because no, there's just he was just twink. Sorry, I can't think of a
He
better
was
way to put it.
actually evil, though. He like
Yeah, no, he was super
he
fucking evil. He was
Oh,
he was an awful person.
I just
Yeah.
remembered something. So about a week ago, it was International Men's Day, and there was a Tory MP who basically likened young men turning to crime because women are traditionally playing men roles in TV and film. So
Yes.
Doctor Who is a woman, and so as a result, they it's robbing boys of good role models.
Yeah.
And also, and sort of, like the reason boys turn to a life of crime, and it's like, why can't they have good role models like Doctor Who and James Bond? And it's like, what the fuck? James Bond is a
Yeah.
sanctioned killer. I mean, have you ever read the
a
actual
misogynistic,
books?
womanizing sanctioned killer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I don't know if you've ever read the actual books, but the Daniel Craig character is much more like the original books. He's a government-sanctioned thug.
Yeah.
Yep.
And particularly the first Daniel Craig movie, Casino Royale, is the closest to the Fleming books of any of the James
That
Bond
was gritty
movies.
as fuck. I really
I
enjoyed that
fucking
movie.
loved Daniel Craig in Casino Royale. That was a fucking great movie. That was very good.
Yeah.
Because it made Bond was he was not just a sanctioned thug. He was fucked up. Bond was really the whole thing of moving to being a 00, because you have to kill 2 or 3 people to be a 00, and it was fucked. Like Bond was fucked in Casino Royale.
Yeah.
That was I think that was, for my money, the best of all Bond films. Craig in Casino Royale.
I don't really like the first couple of Daniel Craig Bonds. I think my favorite is Pierce Brosnan, but I really would have liked. I really would have liked to see more Timothy Dalton. He only did 2.
I really liked the old school Sean Connery Bonds. It just I know they're not great, but it's my childhood, I just really
I
like
agree
them.
with you. For me, it's either personally, it's either Sean Connery or the modern ones. The rest, I'm not really into. But again, if someone likes the particular things, that's cool. That's your thing. And again, Dalton was definitely a very dark Bond. Dalton was about killing people who he didn't like.
Sorry about the ambulance.
Okay, I have to go now. I'm just like,
Abigail, you gonna dip out?
I have to go.
Yeah, that's fair.
My meds haven't kicked in yet, and I can just feel it. So, good night, everyone. Peace and long life.
Good night.
I hope you get a pleasant night's sleep when the meds kick in.
Yep.
I hope you have plenty of spoons coming your way.
Thank you. Thank you. Will you be streaming tomorrow?
Yes, Saturday night is definitely stream.
Cool. Nice to meet you too, Hyperstrike.
Good night.
Good night.
Night. So I kind of agree with you, Hyperstrike, that Roger Moore can fuck off. Again, Roger Moore was kind of fun, camp, weird shit, but there's no. Roger Moore was just camp.
There is a lot of cheese.
Very cheesy. Roger Moore was very cheesy. Frankie, you got a strange.
However, though, my favorite Bond movie is a Roger Moore one, and it's the last one he did, which is View to a Kill. And largely it's because I really love the bad guy in it, Zorin, who is Christopher Walken, and that guy just, you know.
Who doesn't love Christopher Walken? So I just want to answer Frankie in the chat. Yeah, that dude who messaged you or whatever is just this weird motherfucker who's completely obsessed with me and I mean an embarrassing degree. And it's like I think that guy thinks I'm angry at him, and I'm not. I'm just embarrassed at how fucking obsessed that guy is. So yeah, just let it go, man. That guy is a fucking sad motherfucker. He's probably watching this stream because he's a weird, obsessed fuckwit who has made literally dozens of YouTube accounts to keep coming in here when I've blocked the other ones. And the motherfucker is just embarrassing. And it's like, I seriously think he thinks I'm angry at him, and I'm not. I'm just embarrassed. I'm just embarrassed that the dude is so fucking obsessed. It's just like, dude, I'm not angry at you. I just don't care. That's just like weird. I love Hyper saying, "What? I'm not angry at someone." Yeah, no, there's some people that they're so sad, I can't be angry at them. It's just like, oh, I don't know. He wasn't hugged as a child or something. There's some weird fucking shit going on. It's not my business. It's not but my business why someone's that fucked.
I've had an amusing one with I forgot what his new name is. He got his channel binned. That's how bad he was. But
there's a bunch of them, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, his original name was Jesus is Lord, because I was talking about God and religion and great debates.
Oh, I kind of remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what I actually find him really amusing, but he is a troll. And hateful one. Like, hates me because I'm trans. Hated me already for being an atheist. Hates me for being trans as well. But what was the entertaining element of it was when I came out, he kind of, shouted something at me, so to speak. And it entertained me, because he is a guy that can believe two opposite things at the same time and think they're the same. So, so an example was he said he was in favor of free trade capitalism, but also in favor of Donald Trump's trade tariffs. And it's like, but you know, and I literally had to show him a picture of the definition of free trade, and it says has no tariffs.
Yeah,
but he just, he couldn't accept that maybe I'm wrong, and that's one of the things that I've discovered on the internet, and especially a more modern thing. You get it a lot with politicians. Them having to, there's nothing wrong with accepting that maybe you were wrong.
Yes.
And yet somehow backpedaling is a bad thing.
Yes.
And it's like, so they're the kind of people that will double down and make it worse.
Yep. So, no, and it's fucking weird.
Weird. So this Jesus is Lord character's repent and something or other now. He really so he blocks all the women in the Great Debate community type community that I was in. And the reason is because he's a chauvinist pig, but also has read the Bible where it says women aren't allowed to preach. It's the, so they should stay silent and, seen and not heard kind of thing.
Yes.
Well, when I came out as trans, his reaction was, "You're a man. You will always be a man, and I will only ever treat you like a man." And then he went and blocked me like he blocks all the women. And it's like, I laugh my head off at that every time.
You literally just treated me like you treat women. Yes.
Yeah. It made that kind of stuff that makes me laugh.
They're not real bright. These people. They're not.
Oh
real
no,
bright.
no. You know, yeah, one gunman short of a posse. That type.
Yeah. So, I was just gonna say, I think I might even retire for the evening. It's like 1:30. I am doing a bit of a road trip tomorrow. So Hyperstrike saying, yeah, that type of person we were talking about, typically known as what the kids call a fuckwit, definitely. And because Hyperstrike's in Adelaide saying there's a religious zealot preacher in Adelaide shows up to heckle pedestrians. Do you believe in Jesus? And if people say no, you're going to burn in hell. And people go, oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm hoping to get to Adelaide next year and do a few things. So again, Hyperstrike, if I'm able to get to Adelaide next year, because who the fuck knows what's happening with fucking COVID variants and whatnot? I don't. But if I get to Adelaide next year, I hope we get to catch up. Frankie, you find it hilarious that transphobes think trans women are holding them a gun. That is a big thing. Weird transphobes thinking, oh, you're trying to force me to like date you. And it's like, and the vast majority of both trans and cis women want nothing to do with transphobes. It's like, no, you're weird and fucked up. I don't want to go out with you.
Oh, there was a fucking awful hit piece on the BBC about a month or so ago, where it's an article saying that trans people are forcing lesbians to have sex with them.
Oh my god! Yeah, no, fuck shit.
But one of the people that they interviewed is someone who has raped another woman, porn actress, I think. And you know, she like drugged her up, got her drunk or something, and then had sex with her when she was asleep. And there's been a couple of instances of this.
Yeah.
But not only that, the study that she was basing it on was based upon a anti-trans hate group survey of anti-trans people. I mean, it's like, so they weren't talking about the majority of people, you know, and it's
and it's also it's kind of saying the Guardian, because I read Guardian articles online and every day I think, oh, I might support the Guardian, and then the Guardian just runs some weird fucking transphobic shit, and I'm like, I'm not giving you any money, fuck off. And they sit thinking, why don't you pay us? And I'm going, because you fucking run weird transphobic shit all the time, and
every single Sunday,
fucked up contributors.
Yeah, every single Sunday, the Times writes something anti-trans.
Oh, it's just
Daily Mail usually twice a week on average.
Anyway, okay, 1:30. I am going to retire for the evening.
But you're so young.
I know, right? But I really want to retire. I want to retire. Sorry. Okay, Laura, you caught me by surprise with that joke. I remember an old Paddington Bear comic because fireworks used to have an instruction on them that said light blue touch paper and retire to a safe distance. And I remember an old comic of Paddington Bear lighting a firework and then showing up to a DHS office going, I've come about the pension. Because the firework instruction said to retire. Anyway, I'm not that far off that anyway. I'm just going to be honest. I am going to get sick because there will be a Saturday night live stream. Won't necessarily go as long as this, but you know, probably have a bit of fun. I'm going out with Mrs. Angry to visit some distilleries. I'll probably have some shit to taste because I'm not going to distilleries without buying bottles of stuff, quite honestly. So tomorrow,
I'm sad I turned up late. Unfortunately, I didn't go to sleep until about 7:30 in the morning.
Oh shit! Okay.
And I woke up at about 1ish and then had a shower before I came and joined in. So
it's nice. It's nice to have you. So I'm going to have a bit of a sleep, and then around lunchtime, I'm going out with Mrs. Angry, visit some distilleries, buy bottles. I'll probably do some taste tests of the bottles I buy on the Saturday stream. God, now I'm hiccuping. Fucking hell.
Quick question: did you have a nice week last week? Because if last week you weren't out with your wife or something, do you have a nice time?
No. We went away for the weekend. It was only it was only an hour drive away, but it felt like a holiday. We had a great weekend, and so this week's been great because I had a weekend away, and tomorrow we're going on a half-hour drive. There are 2 distilleries that are just half an hour away. We're going to them, and I'll probably have some bottles to do taste tests on Saturday night stream. So that's fun.
Well, let's hope if you do any testing while you're there, your wife drives home.
Oh no, but there'll be some very light testing. Not enough to get drunk, but maybe buy a couple of full bottles and bring them back for an on-stream taste test. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen. Tomorrow's a bit of a mystery, so we'll see what happens. Gonna go and have a bit of sleep. It's slightly early. Sometimes on Friday I go to 2. It's a mere 1:30 a.m. at the moment. Gonna go. I've got my fucking CPAP breathing machine in the next room, so I can sleep on the lounge and not disrupt Mrs. Angry's sleep. Because I'm polite, if nothing else. So we'll see how that goes.
I wonder if you could combine that sleep app machine with a sort of black suit with a cape and a big Darth Vader helmet.
Oh my God, I should record something at some point. If I try to talk when I've got because the CPAP machine just goes over my nose and it's forcing air down my throat. If I try to talk when I've got the CPAP machine on, it's like, I should record a bit of video of how fucking weird that is, quite honestly. So, maybe another time I might put a bit of video up about how weird it is if I try to talk while I'm wearing the CPAP machine, because it's very silly. It's very silly. Okay, Frankie knows about UFO dude now. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna finish the stream now. I'm gonna try and get a little bit of sleep. Hope you all are well. Probably 8 Melbourne time Saturday night. When's that? That's in terms of times, it's it's 16 hours, 16 or so hours from now. I'm gonna start another stream. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So you all take care. See you another time. Gonna go to bed now.